Hey, it's me, Vicky Marie, and sorry I'm a little bit late coming on. I realised that when I said I was going to come on at midnight, I was thinking more of midnight in the UK, but of course I'm an hour in front. And anyway, so because it's going to be a long night, there's a lot of results to come in. Whether I'll last out the whole period of time of the results coming in, I don't know. But the most important thing, of course, is the exit polls. Oh, they're declaring a result at the moment. Hang on. They're declaring a result at the moment. Why is it not on Sky News? It's on the telly. Yeah, here we go. Let's see this result as we speak. Sorry.
Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852.
Now, this was always going to be Labour, Sunderland.
10,779.
Good old Sunderland.
Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731.
Wow. Yeah.
The number of rejected ballot papers.
Yeah, the same pattern as Trevor was saying that we have seen in the previous two seats.
Conservative and Reform is quite close.
Declared. I'm not sure they're that close there. If I'm right in saying that, Trevor.
Okay, sorry. So there's a bit of a distraction that the Sunderland result was coming in just as I started. Let me just turn the sound down on Sky News now. Right, because I don't. Where do I start? So the exit polls have declared a thumping majority for Keir Starmer for the Labour Party. So it's it's brilliant. It's about 141 seat majority. Well, brilliant depending on how you look at it. Brilliant in my eyes, anyway. Oh, and let me just, gosh, I'm all giddy already. I haven't even started. So thank you. First of all, I need to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who likes my videos, who's subscribed to my channel, who watches my videos. Thank you so much. And special thanks, as always, to my members, to anyone who supported me with buy me a Ko-fi or send me a sticker or PayPal me or sent me an email, left a nice comment. Thank you so much for any support for my channel. I really appreciate it. So let's get the banner off now. But I'm really excited, and I haven't even had a drink yet. I've got my bottle of champagne here. I'm going to open it in a minute on camera. I've got my glass, my Carver glass. So I thought, well, I'll wait until I go live before I open that, though I feel like I could open it already. So I might be a little bit squiffy before the end of this live stream. The other thing I want to say, of course, is good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, because, normally I don't stream in the middle of the night, but there'll be some of you out there in different countries maybe aren't that interested in the UK election result, or maybe you are, because maybe you're expats like me who are British, and so it does affect us. What happens in the UK in the election, it does affect us. It affects me a lot, especially since we've come out of Europe. What I'd like to see are some better relationships with Europe. So yeah. Hi to everyone. Thanks for watching. Let me just say hello to anyone who's come into the chat before we get going with the... Sorry, I've got the telly on, I've got a computer on, I've got Sky News on this computer. And I was just seeing what those... So before we get into sort of analysing anything, let me just say hello to those of you who've managed to come on the live. So hi Daniel, happy the 4th of July. It's going to be a very happy, well, it's the 5th now in in Spain and the UK. But yeah, I think the 4th of July this year will turn out to be a very good day for a lot of British people. Oh, Nick Nat. Thank you, Nick Nat, for joining. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Mello. Hi, Mandy. Yes, I have had a sleep. I've had a little sleep. Hi, Gail. Yes, very good news. Hi, Moonbeam. I'm sure there are some people who don't think it's good news, but I don't think there's that many from what I can gather. Charlie's on his 2nd gin fizz. Oh, that sounds nice, gin fizz. Hi, Rio. I don't remember exactly what the Blair majority was. This majority, let's not forget, this is a forecast. This is not the result. This is the exit poll that is giving this majority of 141, but it's very reliable. These exit polls are very reliable. And every time they've declared, there's been a couple of results declared so far. They've gone back and looked at what the exit polls said, and they've been virtually, maybe just 1 or 2% different from what the exit polls said the result was going to be. So I think we can rely on the exit polls generally, but we have to remember it's not 100% certain yet. So the Blair majority apparently was a little bit more, not many more. So it's not, what was the Tony Blair majority? Let's have a look. Oh, he's so excited. It feels like, I remember when Tony Blair won, and it did feel like a new era, didn't it? And feels like that now. I'm hoping that Keir Starmer will be, or the Labour Party will be in government for the rest of my lifetime, because I haven't got that long left, really, just statistically. I'm not sort of in my 20s, but yeah. So Keir Starmer said he hopes to be in 10 years. That's what he said in an interview the other day. So what he's planning on are 2 terms. If he's successful, maybe I'll live a little bit longer than that, but I don't know. So Tony Blair majority. Let's have a look. Can't remember exactly what it was. So 167 seats, or 167 majority. Tony Blair had in his in the 2001 election. Oh, but he was elected before that, wasn't he? Wasn't he elected in 97? 179 seats. Yeah, so in 1997, there was a Labour majority of 179 seats. And in 2001, there was a Labour majority of 167 seats. And what they're forecasting for Keir Starmer is 141 seat majority. So it's less than the Tony Blair majority, but it's still really good. And the other thing there's been a lot of tactical voting in this election. So there's probably some places, where Labour just haven't even really bothered because they've just let the Liberal Democrats win. I know that's happened in a few, because just anything except the Tories. Now, the thing that is a little bit, let me just carry on saying hello to everyone before I carry on. There's so much that I want to say. Did I say hello? Now I've forgotten who I said hello to, so I'll say hello again as I come down. Rio, Charlie and Mello. I think I'd already said hello to them, actually. So, and hello to there's quite a few people watching at home as well. Thanks for watching. I hope everyone's happy about the result. I would just say that if you're not happy about the Conservatives not winning, this will not be a stream that you'll enjoy watching, because I'm not like the journalists who have to be impartial. I'm not impartial. I'm really happy. So, it probably irritate you watching me sort of getting really happy about Labour winning. So if if you're not a fan of Labour, then you're probably not best not to watch. But of course, I will give all the information out. I'm not. Now, one thing that's been a little bit, well, depending how you look at it, depending on what you voted, for me, a little bit worrying is Reform, of course, have done really well. And in some of the places that have declared so far, Reform have, got lots of votes. You could see even the guy in the last one that they declared, even the guy who was standing for Reform, he looked really surprised to hear that he had, I think it was around about 10,000 votes. And the Reform Party are projected to get 13 seats, 13 members of Parliament. So will Nigel Farage be one of them? Personally, I just hope not, because that means I have to watch him on the telly being interviewed even more, But anyway, 13, they weren't expecting 13. So I think we can say as well that Reform have done well, probably at the Conservatives' expense. It's a bit worrying, as you say, Moonbeam. But some people will have voted Reform because they just can't bring themselves to vote Labour. These die-hard Tory voters, they're not happy with the Tory party, but they could not bring themselves to vote Labour, and maybe they don't want to vote Liberal Democrat. So that they'll have voted for Reform. I don't really know what Reform thinks they can offer to the country. My personal opinion is that Nigel Farage is part of the reason why the country is just so awful at the moment. So, but it'd be in a political sense, it'd be interesting to see where they go in Parliament. When there's votes, will they side with the Conservative Party? Or will there be some things they agree with Keir Starmer over? Nigel Farage was just so embarrassing in the European Parliament. He just made us look like, some sort of Benny Hill country, turning his back on the European flag. He's not a grown-up, is he? He's not a grown-up. He's like, he can't do grown-up politics. And that is why I'm glad to see Keir Starmer. Hopefully see Keir. I can only say hopefully, even though it looks like it from the exit polls. It'd be just so nice to have a proper Prime Minister, who I don't have to be ashamed of when he goes to these international things that he go to. It'd be just so nice. A proper serious politician. I think I'm just looking forward to the next international thing now, knowing that it'll be Keir Starmer that will be representing us and not Boris Johnson or even Rishi Sunak, or at least Rishi Sunak, I suppose he looked smart enough, but he was useless. He couldn't, he's got no presence. Keir Starmer's got he might not be like, the character that Boris Johnson is, but he's got a serious presence about him. He's run the Crown Prosecution Service, he's run big organisations, he's got experience. He can sort of mix with anyone on the stage, and I think he'll just go down so much better for our international reputation as well. Now, how he deals with Nigel Farage, I don't know. That'll be something that'll be interesting. So, if you're interested in politics, there's some interesting times ahead. That's it. He just can't really be worse than Boris Johnson. So that didn't work. Trotting Boris Johnson out like they trotted him out, just to remind everyone how the government partied through Partygate and COVID. That was a mistake. Everything Rishi Sunak has done in this campaign has been a mistake. Right from the word go, when he came out and declared the election without an umbrella. And I was watching Angela Rayner before being interviewed in Ashton-under-Lyne, which is where she's from. And of course it's raining. So it always rains in Manchester. And the first thing she did, somebody gave her an umbrella. Once it started raining, it was an umbrella. It's like, you know, it's not rocket science. Is Rishi Sunak not used to an umbrella because maybe he's, you know, he's never sort of out in the elements? I don't know, but why did his campaign right from the word go has been a disaster, hasn't it? Right from the word go when he was rained on. Okay, I'm going to open my carver now. Yeah, I did a little sleep earlier. I got up it was about 10 o'clock and just started at 10 o'clock Spanish time, started watching the exit polls and everything, and it was just so nice to watch it all. I'm going to show you in a minute Andy Burnham's reaction. Now, I don't know if any of you know, if you're from the north of the UK, you'll know who Andy Burnham is. He's the mayor of Greater Manchester. We call him the King of the North because he's very, very popular there. Or he's had a few issues, mainly because of similar to what they've had in London with the ULEZ and things like that, and trying to get people to drive more slowly, and you know, all these things about climate change that people, you know, they want the government to do something about climate change and this, that and the other, but they don't want to make any sacrifices for it. So he's had a few problems with that in Manchester, so he's maybe slightly less popular than he was, but I think he'll, you know, he's like an incumbent mayor, a bit like, yay. I can't see that he will, you know, take a lot to vote Andy Burnham out. Anyway, he's on Sky News commentating, and I'm going to show you his reaction when the exit poll came out in a minute. But first of all, I'm going to have a little drinky and a little celebration, because although obviously we don't know for sure yet, I can't see that the exit polls are going to be that wrong. Gail's drinking red wine. You know, they're not going to be that wrong that there's no way that suddenly there's going to be a massive mistake and Rishi Sunak's won, put it that way. Oh, we've got another one. Swindon South is a Labour gain, apparently. Oh, is that the guy, the chairman of the... Sorry, let me just have a look at Sky News. Yes, it's all hotting up now. I'm gonna put Sky News sort of just on there, just in case I have to go to it quick. Oh God. Hi Lorna. Thanks for commenting. So cheers. Yeah, cheers. Here's to a better future. It can't be any worse than the last 14 years. My God. If anybody can tell me one good thing that the Conservatives have done in the last 14 years, I'd be grateful for it. So on the telly, we've got the Conservative guys talking, but Labour have gained the seat at Swindon Borough Council or so, Swindon. Right, let me just... High Ocean. Oh, Mellows on hot water and lemon. Not quite the same as champagne, but what's good about Spain, you can get Spanish champagne. This champagne is Spanish champagne, Cava. It's now €2.90. It used to be €1.90. That's the cost of living crisis in Spain as well. So it's gone up €1, but it's still a good price, of course. But it's really nice as well. Semi-Seco. Those bubbles are going to go right up my nose and go straight to my head. I can be sure of that. Anyway, let me just show you this.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm going. You can see his face in just a second. You can see how and
Whoa.
Oh,
yeah, I'm going. You can see his face.
he would make a great prime minister as well. It's it, but he never. He did. He was in Parliament for a while, but he didn't like it. He didn't like it, so he went back to Manchester. But he ran for mayor of Manchester, and he's been mayor of Manchester for a long time. And as I say, we call him the King of the North. He's great. He's been really positive for Manchester. So that's Andy Burnham, and the look on Ruth David. This is Ruth Davidson. I can't bear her. She's a conservative. That's not why I can't bear her. I did used to quite like her actually, but I've seen her true colours. You know, at first I thought, oh, she's like one of these decent conservatives. She's now a lady, a baroness. She's been given a peerage. I don't know what for, because she's not in government anymore, and she's quite young, isn't you know they're giving these peerages to people who haven't put in enough service, in my opinion. I'm hoping that Sir Keir Starmer, because he is already a sir, I'm hoping that when he gets in, he'll do what he said he was going to do and abolish the House of Lords or reform it or do something with it. I certainly hope so. Oh, so in Swindon, the Conservatives are 24% down on the vote that they had last time. Anyway, just let's have a look at her face again.
Just a second, you can see.
Watch her face.
Yeah, I'm going. You can see his face in just a second.
Good, good. Serves you right. Serves you right. Tory. So that's what happened there. So that was good. Let's go back to Sky News. She's now talking to. He's lost his seat. This guy. So this is Steve Baker, and he was in the cabinet at some point. Anyway, he's likely to lose his seat. He was tipped as a possible contender for the leadership of the Conservative Party, because of course that's what, you know, Rishi Sunak, he cannot stay the leader, can he? He'll be off to California tomorrow. He's probably already booked his flight anyway. I don't think he wanted to stay really. And Steve Baker, he was tipped as a possibility for the Labour leader, for the Tory Conservative leadership. But he's projected to lose his seat, so I don't know how that'll work. Who will be the next Conservative? Oh gosh, that's going to repeat on me, that Carver. Who will be the next Conservative leader? Who's going to want to take that poison chalice on? Because they've got like a destroyed party. They've got reform to contend with. Who's going to do it? Who's going to want to do it? Can you hear it now? Oh, hang on. Oh, Oh, hang on then. So you can hear me though. You can hear me. You just can't hear Sky News. Is that right? I wonder why. Right, let me take it off and go back on it again. Oh, you can hear me now. All right. Oh, you can hear me, but you couldn't hear Sky News. Let's try again.
Unlike Wickham in some ways, it's in the orbit of London and so on.
What about
The interesting
now?
thing about Swindon South is that it's got a lot of jobs. New big financial services outfits,
Can you hear
open
Sky
there,
News?
young people moving in. These are the kinds of people that in the past you would have thought upwardly mobile, aspirational, professionals would have been Conservative voters. Now, it looks like you've lost those people. What happened?
Well, if the Conservative Party doesn't stand for freedom, then it stands for nothing. I've said it, I'm sure, several times. We've ended up not standing for freedom. We've stood for a technocratic managerialism, and that's not who we are, and it's not what works.
Is that what you mean? You're talking about Rishi Sunak there?
But everybody knows that I've been a Conservative who, as we've already discussed, has often criticised my party. It's ironic that we're both sitting here. We've criticised our party from different perspectives. But I regard myself as a classical liberal in the Conservative Party. And one thing we haven't had for 100 years is classical liberalism.
No.
And that's really what's.
So I've turned the sound down now, so you can't hear the sound because I want to tell you something. So on the TV, on ITV, they were showing a poll that's been done, you know, for whether people want to rejoin the European Union or not. And there's just a massive majority now that people want to rejoin the European Union. But, you know, how's that going to happen? I can't see how that can happen. And Keir Starmer has said that we won't rejoin the European Union in his lifetime. So, you know, and he's only 61. Right, I'm going to put the sound back up again.
410 seats.
Hang on.
He becomes the first Conservative to lose his seat to Labour in Swindon South, losing to former Labour MP Heidi Alexander. And Sir Ed Davies' creative campaign appears to have worked wonders for the Liberal Democrats, who the exit poll says will take 61 seats in the House of Commons.
So 61 seats for the Liberal Democrats, if the exit poll is correct. Labour's already got 5 seats.
For the Conservatives, equally bad night, some might say, for the SNP, predicted to win just 10 seats. Connor standing by for us in Glasgow this morning. Hello to you, Connor. 10 seats is the prediction.
Okay, this is a grim night for the SNP if the exit poll is to be believed. Let's remember the SNP has been huge in Scotland, the most dominant political force north of the border for more than a decade, has won every election in that period. Yeah. And this will be the first time, if the polls are to be believed, that will not happen for the first time in a very, very long time. Now, I've been speaking privately to some senior SNP sources, and they are saying, look, this is bad for us. It is worse than we were potentially expecting. 10 seats was at the lower estimate. Potentially around 20 would have been a good night. What's going on here? What are the voters thinking? Well, clearly the SNP's been in power for close to 2 decades here in Scotland. It's still mired in that police investigation examining its funding and its finances that has had the arrest of its former leader, Nicola Sturgeon. She was released without charge as well. And clearly it is not really pushing the case forward for independence. It's been in a really tricky position.
Right, I'm
not
just
able
going to turn
to
the
further
sound
that
down
cause.
again while I just talk about this. So, of course, in Scotland, it's a nightmare, isn't it, for the SNP because of everything that's happened. You know, they've had a disaster, haven't they? So Nicola Sturgeon stepping down, then her husband was accused of whatever, Then she was arrested, and I mean, no charges have ever been brought, so I don't really understand what's happening there exactly. But then, of course, there was the new leader, and then he didn't work out, did he? The new leader, so now they've got another new leader. They're like the Tories, but you know, the Scottish Tories. So the SNP is projected to lose, you know, a lot of support, and Labour are going to cash in there. Now the thing is, in my personal opinion, I think they're more or less finished. The SNP, they had a referendum, didn't they, about whether to stay in the United Kingdom, and they voted yes to stay. Then, of course, the one thing I did feel for them a bit, because after that we had the Brexit vote and it was decided to leave Europe. So, of course, that caused a clamour for another referendum for Scotland, because Scotland was saying that when they voted to stay in the UK was part of Europe. And I think that's a valid argument. But of course, then all these problems started within the actual SNP itself. And I've got quite a lot of Scottish students, you know, who do Zoom classes from Scotland. And they're saying, you know, they don't feel like the SNP has really been successful in Scotland. So I personally think they are finished, you know, because really, if people aren't good, if they're all that really they're going to ask for all the time is another referendum. And let's just listen to her talking. Now, this Ruth Davidson, she's Scottish, but she's a Conservative Party. Oh, come on.
List as if they've actually got quite a sizable vote share increase. I would just give one caveat, though. One of the authors of the exit poll that happens is the psephologist Sir John Curtis. He is saying that there is some uncertainty about the poll forecast for Scotland and some of the numbers that are in it. So we might just have to take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Okay. And members of the party in Scotland, the Conservative Party in Scotland, spokespeople have said that it is, quote unquote, and this is a direct quote, bollocks, that the party in Scotland is going to put on a number of seats, doubling their seats in Scotland. My analysis would agree with that. We're not going to be winning seats like Aberdeen South, which are projected.
So she's talking about her analysis, but you can see Andy Burnham's face. She's just trying to put a brave face on a terrible result.
We're probably going to come third there. We're not going to be winning Stirling. But if we hold what we had, that would be a good result for us there. So in terms of the Scottish picture and the exit poll, it was 5 or 6 seats out last time in 2019 because of local variances on the ground. We just want to do some caveats with this here, and I think we need to see some of the results coming in.
So if you do hold what you've had, given that Douglas Ross says he doesn't want to stand, do you fancy being the leader again?
Not a chance. My partner would kill me, and then she'd divorce me, and then she'd kill me again.
I'm glad about that, because you were very good when you were the leader. Can I just say the story of the night, though, just very quickly,
yes,
if I might?
Please.
Is that governments are losing because they're unpopular. And obviously there's a lot of truth in that, both UK government, the worst of our lifetimes in my view, but also in Scotland, where we've just had obviously something of a meltdown in the SNP. But that is not the whole story. In Scotland, I need to say that Anas Sarwar, I think as Labour leader, Scottish Labour leader, has done a phenomenal job quietly building back support for Labour. I think his role really, if the exit poll is to be true, and the SNP are back down, the heyday of the SNP is over, Anas Sarwar deserves huge credit. That has required the most enormous political skill to build Labour back in the way that he has. It's partly due to his personality, the way he works, but I just think I need to recognise Anas's role, because if these results come through, it's a big vindication of his role.
I need to bring Ed in. Ed?
It's actually interesting what Ruth was saying. Definitely when it comes to Scotland, you've got these kind of confidence bands when it comes to the exit poll. So the kind of range that it could possibly be in. And when it comes to Scotland, the range is bigger than for other parts of the UK, just because there's just a lot of uncertainty there. However, it could actually be worse. It could actually be on the downside, even worse on the downside for the SNP. We just have to wait and see, and that's one of those evolving stories. But one thing I did want to show you is, should we look at Swindon South, just down there? So Swindon South. Because we had a result there that was really interesting. Obviously, you see Heidi Alexander kind of coming back into Parliament, Robert Buckland out. But if we look at the backstory here, we've been doing this with all of these constituencies so far, comparing the exit poll with the eventual results, and so far it's looked pretty good. There's what the exit poll suggested would happen in Swindon South, 44% Labour. In the event, 48%, so a bit better. Conservatives, 27. In the event, well, 26.9, so again, that's kind of bang on. And Reform a little bit weaker in Swindon South. 17% was the expectation. It turns out to have been about 14%. But broadly speaking, take all of these results together, and actually the exit poll's looking pretty good, to be honest with you. And what's significant about Swindon South, okay, same constituency, is it's a very different demographic story to the story that we're seeing there in the northeast that we were talking about a moment ago. And so the fact that we're seeing that reflected elsewhere, the fact that we're seeing that the exit poll looks pretty accurate elsewhere, again, it makes you a bit more confident that those numbers we were talking about, those landslide numbers you probably heard about at the start of the programme, that they look pretty good, as does this. This is a really striking chart, okay? This is showing you swings at general elections, okay? And what we have here is a kind of broad swing. Actually, I shouldn't say that's not quite the exit poll. This is the swing that we have implied by the results that we have so far, about 12.5% or so. And just look at how high that swing is. As I say, it's not the exit poll, this is the result swings, but one presumes it's kind of in the same kind of ballpark. About 12.6%, which would be...
Right, I just want to interrupt this party political broadcast. I just want to give you a little bit of breaking news about that you may not know about Gareth Southgate. So apparently Gareth Southgate has apparently he will sign a 2-year extension to his contract, and he's going to stay on as England manager, I presume regardless of the Euros result, and that will see him in charge for the next World Cup. So any of you football fans out there, I don't know what you think of that. I know what my son will think of that. He won't be happy about that at all. He cannot bear, he's had enough of Gareth Southgate, but of course he'll love him to bits if we win the Euros. But yeah, a little bit football breaking news there. Gareth Southgate will sign a 2-year extension to stay on as England manager, which will see him in charge for the next World Cup. So what do you think about that? Right, let's go back to Sky News.
We've just been huddled around on the phone with him. He is the candidate for Monmouthshire. And my colleague Thomas Evans has just been on the phone.
Central declaring Newcastle Central.
Hereby give notice
Oh,
that the
they're
total
all
number of
declaring
votes
now.
for each candidate for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875.
Reform second again,
John
Andy
Pearson,
Burnham.
Green Party candidate.
Yes,
Labour
I mean,
winning.
that is certainly the story in the north of England, and this is where Ruth and I have had a little bit of a discussion. I think what it reflects is people who perhaps were Labour voters, voted for Boris in 2019, feel very disillusioned with everything, I think. And I think a lot of people who are voting for reform in the north of England are doing so for that reason. They kind of feel like they don't maybe have a political home at the moment. And obviously Labour's job is to win those voters back, which I believe we can do. I think the opportunity that we've got now is to do real levelling up. We didn't see it in this Parliament, but with the government absolutely committed to growth. Well, it is, but it's look at that. It's a good win. It's a 10,000 plus majority. That is a good win.
Yeah.
Just on reform,
we've got a real opportunity with the government committed to growth to bring that growth to all parts of the country, particularly the northeast, which, to be honest with you, is the most neglected part of the country. And this is again the point that Ruth and I were talking about. It's that, I think, that people feel really angry about. The North East doesn't have the infrastructure. It doesn't get the fair treatment. You've got the highest levels of poverty in the North East of England. I think they feel more aggrieved at the government we've just had than anywhere else in the country.
Yvonne Ridley, I'll come to you in a second. Yvonne Ridley, Gaza question there. Independent.
Just on this is coming through from Labour sources that their data is suggesting Reform will not win as many seats as the exit polls suggest. They're saying they'll get less than 13 seats. So that's from Labour sources who obviously are crunching their own numbers.
So that's interesting. So for Beth Rigby just saying there that Labour are saying, I mean, of course, all this will all be confirmed tomorrow morning, of course, won't it? But Labour are saying that Reform aren't going to win the 13 seats that they're predicted to win. So you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there on the screen what the predictions are as far as the exit poll is concerned. And Reform were tipped to win 13 seats. That's quite a lot, really, isn't it? When you think they're going from none, well, they had one. Oh, here's Mick. Oh, I love Mick. Let's have a listen to what he's got to say.
Well, it's looking better.
Well, it's looking better than the Tories winning.
Come on.
I'm determined to see the Tories crushed tonight. That's what I want to stay up for. There's particular favourites that I want to see go down. I've no shame in saying that.
Got a list?
I've got a long list, yeah.
All got a list.
It starts with Grant Shapps, Mark Harper, and a few others, because I think they've done the country a disservice, and they need to go, and I think that's what the public's going to do. But I think your points about Labour's fairly flat vote in the North East is because the manifesto and the offer is not bold enough. It's a fairly vanilla proposal that we've been put. People have been getting away with this Ming Vase stuff, but you can't carry a Ming Vase through 5 years of government. You've got to be bold.
Mick, do you not think that part of the reason that they're getting as big a majority as it looks like is precisely because it was a Ming Vase? They didn't do anything too radical and bold in the manifesto in order to try and build a wide coalition of voters.
It could well be. I accept that point, that they ran a very careful campaign and didn't want to get offside with anyone's views. So if you don't displease as many groups as possible, you may end up garnering a few votes. But in traditional Labour heartlands, they're not harvesting 60-70% of the vote, which you'd think you'd be getting if people were really behind your programme. Now, that doesn't mean they won't be able to do anything. I'm hoping they will do. They're making good offers on the future of the railways, for instance. But on big issues in working class areas, council housing is what we need. They keep going with this term, social housing. I want people like Andy to be able to build tens of thousands of council houses under direct council control. I think an offer like that would have been very bold in areas, traditional working class areas such as the ones you're seeing coming out. That's simply not appealing to people.
Do you think that Labour, if they do get this sort of size of majority, should become more radical and bolder in government and perhaps go beyond what they promised in the manifesto?
The government's got to meet the needs
that's exactly
of the day.
what they said they won't do.
The economic plan is not going to meet the needs of the country. So if you go to any part of the country, there is infrastructure need. Andy's talked about it a lot. Our railways need restructuring. Our health service needs investment. The fiscal plan that they've got will not equal the task that's in front of them. Now, Attlee had this problem. We were in a much more perilous position, and he was bold. He wasn't from the left of the party. He was from the right of the party, but he carried through a very bold and vigorous programme. And they've got to do that year upon year, hopefully for the next 10 or 15 years. That's what I hope for. But you've got to keep being bold, otherwise it will swing against you.
So is your message to Keir Starmer tonight,
bring in Margaret Hodge.
If that's your majority, be more radical?
Be as
Let me just bring in Margaret Hodge and then we'll come back. She's standing by. She's been very patient. She's in the studio. There she is. Hi.
Hi, sorry I couldn't be with you, but I'm listening to the conversation.
It's good of you to join us. Thank you very much indeed. What's your view? What's your analysis of what we've seen so far this evening?
Well, let me just say something about the what's emerging on the results, because we are seeing a...
She was on another channel talking, so that's why she hadn't been able to join them. She was on ITV. I was watching.
Lower turnout. And we're seeing a bit, Labour is doing brilliantly, and I'm obviously really excited about that. But we are seeing a lower turnout and a little bit to Reform. And I think it'll get me to Mick's point, because I think what that reflects is how There really is no trust in politics. We've known about that for some time. I did some work after the 2001 general election in my own constituency at that time, Barking, because we had a low turnout. And what came out of that sort of, it was focus groups and things that I did, was that people were not voting, not because they were apathetic, but because they were angry. And what we're seeing now is anger with a Tory government for all the way that they've behaved with impunity, lying and, giving contracts to their friends, giving peerages, honours, all those things to their mates. That has led to huge, huge anger and distrust. Now, we've come in, we've been absolutely clear in our manifesto that we'll only do the things that we can within the funding that we have available. And I think the worst thing we could possibly do to
people aren't saying this, they're really bored with the offer.
Mick, can I just say this? The worst thing we could possibly do is say, oh, we've got this great big majority. We're going to break trust with what we said in the manifesto and immediately, I don't know, unfunded promises, put up taxes. We're not going to do that. We're going to work slowly. We've all got a whole list of things that we know need doing in broken Britain, but that's why we've talked about a decade of renewal. We've got to work at it as quickly as seriously as we can.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. You just think, God, Keir Starmer's got a big intro tomorrow, hasn't he? If these forecasts play out, he's got a lot of things to do. And I'm sure he will hit the ground running. I hope so. And the good thing about having a big majority, if he does get this big majority that they're forecasting, is that he will be able to do them. It won't matter about reform. It won't matter about the Tories, or even if all the other groups, all the other parties sort of band together, Labour will still be able to put through their proposals. Let's see, Mick again.
Make a list of what Labour is going to do in working class communities on the council estates. So if you look at the rolling back of the Green Revolution, they could have described that as a way of renewing our inner cities, renewing the council estates, getting people cheaper energy bills by refurbishing the housing stock. That's the kind of message that working people want to hear. And they cannot list, most people I've met will not be able to list what the Labour Party is actually going to do for the working class people of this country.
Margaret? Can I come to two things? First of all, Mick, if we put in more, it would either be in higher taxes, higher borrowing, or unfunded promises. And let me just give you the vision. Let me just tell you what just in those first steps, think of a child, a baby's born. We've said we're going to have 100,000 more places in nursery. That baby goes to primary schools. We've said we're going to have breakfast clubs. That child goes to secondary schools. We're going to have 6,500 more teachers. They then go on to apprenticeships. That's going to be grown. And finally, we are going to have 1.5 million more homes for young people. That is a vision. That's a vision. That is a vision.
These houses will be in the hands of private landlords who are the problem, and they won't be in the hands of councils such as and authorities such as Andy's. That's the message that at the end in 45.
You're just so negative, Mick. You're
negative.
just so negative.
No,
this is
negative.
this is
I'm feeling
brand
upbeat
new.
because we've got rid of the Tories, but you've got to have something to fill the vacuum. And that's why you're only getting 48%, where you should be getting 70%.
Yeah. Slug it out a bit. Go on, Margaret, go on.
Well, I just think, who has said that the 1.5 million houses that we've promised to build will not be affordable? I completely agree with Mick.
The reason that he's saying all this is because there's been quite a low turnout apparently so far. It seems like it was a low turnout, which really surprised me because I thought, oh my God, everyone will be out there voting. And yeah, maybe it's because people are just disillusioned with politics in general. Maybe it's because you have to take photo ID with you now. A lot of people were saying that they didn't have photo ID. Maybe it's because they just think, oh, well, Keir Starmer's going to win anyway. So, it don't matter if I go out and vote. Who knows? Low turnout. It always surprises me, a low turnout, because to me, the most important thing you can do is use your right to vote. If you live in, you can't really complain about things if you don't bother voting. You have to vote, don't you?
slide and you're arguing about what you want it to look
Yeah.
like.
Well, that's what politics is about, isn't it? Arguing about the future and working out what you're going to do. If you just go into a bland, vanilla election campaign, you'll get working class communities
not
that
just-
are not coming out.
We won.
That's what's
we
happening.
won.
Aren't you
We're
just swapping
winning.
arguments on the right for arguments on the left?
I think there's something in the middle here, though, because Margaret is saying 1.5 million homes, which is the commitment, Margaret, isn't it? And I support that. But that is to build homes at the level we've not built since the 1970s. And the reason why we were building 300,000 homes here in the 1970s is because we had a huge council house building programme. So I'm going to come in and say, I think I'm in the middle of the two of you here. I actually think this will be a radical housing policy, to be honest with you, because I'll be knocking on Angela Rayner's door, Mick, and saying straight away, in Greater Manchester, we will get you up to the rate of building homes, but a big number of them will have to be
But
council
Andy, a
homes.
politician like you will come up with clever answers, like make the pension funds, the occupational pension funds, come forward with innovative bonds that are backed by the government, that doesn't have to go on the government borrowing requirement. Nobody is coming.
Housing is a real problem, isn't it? I mean, the homelessness in Britain at the moment is terrible, but there are places empty. You know, there are lots of places empty, and there's all this thing about the immigrants taking houses. But I think even if there weren't any immigrants, there still wouldn't be enough houses. There's a massive shortfall of houses, of housing, if you like, or affordable housing. You know, so it's awful, you know, and I do think that did start quite a long time ago, you know. Oh, let's have a listen to Rachel Reeves. This is your new Chancellor of the Exchequer. First time it's...
If the results unfold in the way that the exit polls suggest, then Labour are on course for an historic victory. But it's still early hours yet, and we'll see how the results unfold as the next few hours go by.
It might be short-lived, the celebration, though, because by all accounts, there's no money.
I'm under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that I will face, that Labour will face if we get the opportunity to form the government tomorrow. The severity of the inheritance from the Conservatives is truly awful. But we will get to work and starting to rebuild our economy, returning stability to the economy, and improving our health service and our schools after 14 years of chaos, division and decline. We will get started in that work of rebuilding our country for the better, turning a page on what has gone before and starting a new chapter for Britain.
Rachel Reeves, it's Beth Rigby here. Just before you came on, there was a lively discussion between Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge about whether a big majority, should this poll be correct, means that you, as perhaps the first female chancellor this country has ever had, will be under far more pressure to be more radical than perhaps you would have been had you had a much smaller majority. Do you, one, recognise that this will be a live issue and problem for the Labour Party? And two, what's your reaction? What do you want to say to people that think you should go faster, further, bolder?
If we win tonight, it will be on the manifesto that we fought this election on, to bring stability back to our economy, to bring investment back to our economy and start reforming our economy, reforming the planning system, the New Deal for working people. But I think everybody recognises the huge scale of the challenge that will face any incoming government after the damage done by the Conservatives. Debt at almost 100% of GDP, taxes at a 70-year high, the first parliament on record where living standards are lower at the end than they were at the beginning. We can't promise to turn everything around straight away, but we will get to work in starting to rebuild our economy, bringing growth back to our economy and starting to turn around public services that have been so neglected by this Conservative government.
How much time do you think that the electorate will give you to try to start to turn the supertanker around?
Well, let us get started. We still don't have all the results from the elections. Let's wait to see how that unfolds. But whoever forms the next government, whatever composition it takes, the scale is huge. But we are ready for it.
Yeah, but my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves.
I am ready for that challenge.
Yeah, my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves, which is how long do you think you have?
Well, look, we've said that when we are looking for a decade of national renewal to reform our public services, to bring the growth back to our economy, to improve living standards. But we want to get started work straight away. Our first steps on bringing stability back to the economy, 40,000 additional appointments every single week in our National Health Service, recruiting 6,500 teachers into our state schools. Those are the first steps that we will take if we are privileged enough to form the next government as we start to turn our economy and our public services
I think you're going to have
around.
to change that record. I think it's a foregone conclusion now, given what we've been looking at. Andy Burnham's here.
Well, it's just to say, like I've said to other shadow cabinet colleagues, Rachel, if the exit poll's right, you know, we're so proud of you. And I know I'm speaking for Labour people across the country and those who voted for us today. And we thank everyone who has voted for the party. We're ready, as you know, to help. In Greater Manchester, we're growing faster than the UK economy. We look forward, if you're up for it, to signing a growth plan and really getting moving on building those new homes, bringing those jobs in. You saw Stockport with me, didn't you, a couple of weeks ago, and you've seen how we're bringing a town like that to life. Can you see the Greater Manchester model kind of going further, deeper, and going to other parts of the country?
Well, it's great to see the work that you're doing, Andy, with the Mayoral Development Corporation in Stockport, building that new housing that we desperately need, the commitment from an incoming Labour government to build 1.5 million homes in the first term of a Labour government, but also the investment that you're putting into transport as well. So we want to work with our mayors, with you, Andy, also with Tracy Brabin here in West Yorkshire, and the other mayors right around the country to make sure that we are starting to turn our economy round. And I want to work in partnership. I want to.
I thought you were going to ask her for money for
unity, not division.
I nearly started bidding for money, but I think I'll leave that a couple of days. But I just think there's an interesting point, actually, that means election 24 is different than 97 if we are to see an incoming Labour government. In 97, there was no infrastructure in the regions. And that government sort of had a couple of years where it couldn't really do anything. And the regional development agencies were set up and they weren't great. That's the difference between that election and this one. I think expectations probably are not as high, which is probably helpful from your point of view, Rachel. But at the same time, there's also a big infrastructure in the city regions that are ready to build the homes for you, ready to reform transport, as I'm doing in Greater Manchester. So there's a big opportunity to drive delivery and growth very quickly indeed. And as you rightly say, all the mayors are ready to do that with you.
He wants money.
Rachel,
he wants
Monday
money.
we'll come to that, not today.
Rachel, are you going to be...
Well, I know what Andy wants: a partnership, a partnership approach with mayors, local governments and central government working in partnership to start rebuilding our country, build the homes we need, the transport infrastructure that we need. I've been in opposition now for 14 years. I'm ready to get going in the huge task that we have ahead of us. And the missions that we set out in our manifesto are now national missions. And we want to work in partnership with the whole country to start delivering that reform.
Okay, Beth and then Ruth.
Just quick question, Rachel, just on getting ready. Are you ready to become the first female chancellor? And if you are, what should the public, what should viewers expect from Labour in the first couple of weeks in terms of kick-starting this growth agenda that you say you so desperately have to get in order to improve public services? We're going to see a new house building plan before the month is out. What can you give us any idea of what you're going to do in your first few days?
Well, we sought a mandate at this election to grow the economy, and that is what I'm going to get started on doing. Reform of our planning system is clearly essential to build a housing.
Sorry, just turning it down a minute because I just wanted to tell you. So they've all been told, apparently, all the Labour Party have been told to just say, where, you know, until the actual results are in, they've been instructed to just keep saying, oh, well, it's early days yet. We don't know the results yet, even though, you know, they were sort of expecting this sort of exit poll, you know, saying that they'd win 410 seats. But apparently they've been instructed by Keir Charmer, as he was referred to earlier, by mistake. He's one of the, oh God, what's his name? The guy who's going to be foreign, David Lammy. Called him Keir Charmer, and then he said, oh, did I just say Keir Charmer? Oh, that was a mistake. I don't know if it really was a mistake. I think he probably meant to cut, you know, maybe he's hoping that nickname will, catch on, Keir Starmer. Anyway, so they've been told not to count their chickens, and you can see that they won't. Look, she'll be saying something horrible to her.
The journey that you've done, because I personally, from an outside perspective, from an opposition perspective, would say you've probably done more than anybody, including Keir, to change the view of the Labour Party in this country over the last 5 years.
Oh, she's been positive about that.
Praise indeed.
Well, we've campaigned as a pro-business and a pro-growth party, and that's how we intend to govern. The partnership approach to try and unlock that private sector investment, which is crucial to improving our productivity and growth performance. So working in partnership with business to ensure that we bring wealth and prosperity to all parts of the UK with more good jobs, paying decent wages right across Britain. That's what I want to do. And of course, we have to work in partnership with business if we're to achieve that.
Okay, just one last thought before we let you go. I know you've got a busy night ahead.
I also didn't say no, Keir changed the party.
Okay, okay. We'll leave that hanging. David Lammy we had on the programme a little bit earlier on, and there is some suggestion that given that Dougie Alexander is likely to win the seat back up in Scotland, they'll be vying for the post of Foreign Secretary. Who would you prefer?
Well, it's up to Keir Starmer to appoint his top team. And if he becomes, well, of course, but Keir Starmer has done more than anyone to turn around the Labour Party. He has, in the last 4.5 years, done something which I don't think many people believed was possible in December 2019 to ensure that Labour could be a viable political force again. He's done that. This is his moment. And he will, tomorrow, if he becomes Prime Minister, appoint the cabinet that he chooses.
Okay. Good to talk to you. Thank you.
Great to talk to you too, Kate.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Just
I
hearing.
think early priority for investment might be digital infrastructure in Leeds.
I think you might not be wrong. Just hearing that Jeremy Corbyn's arrived at his count in Islington.
Been told that's too close to call at the moment.
Yeah, that's
by
what
my Labour
sources. That's what we're hearing as
Yeah.
well. His team is saying they're in with a shot.
I wish Jeremy Corbyn would just piss off and give somebody else a chance.
Saying too close to call. We'll have to wait
It makes me
until they
angry.
declare around about
Jeremy
3 o'clock
Corbyn.
Oh,
in
I've
the morning.
got an update for that
Go
actually
on.
from a Labour source. It's
Go on.
literally just come in.
Yeah.
It's looking difficult for us in
Okay.
Islington North. So
Um,
that's the latest I've
For
got.
Labour or for
It's
for
looking
him?
difficult for Labour in
Okay.
Islington North. So that's suggesting that perhaps
Corbyn.
Corbyn might take it. So first I had too close to call.
Yeah.
Half an hour later I've got it's looking difficult for us. So let's see.
Thing is, Jeremy Corbyn is like a god in Islington because he's been the MP there forever. So they think he's fantastic. But Jeremy Corbyn is so irritating. He should step back. Oh God, I suppose we should listen to him.
Percent of the vote. That is way more than any possible
Oh, I hate
prediction
listening
or
to it.
projection. It's almost unbelievable. And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK.
Good.
Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
Oh,
Just to clarify, Mr. Farage, if I may, I'll be chatting to you later on and I will correct you then. You said no Reform people have been interviewed by the media this evening. I think you'll find that we did we not?
We did extensively.
Yes. Mr. Bull was his name, Mr. Bull, I think his name was.
Well, cheers.
Thank you.
Forgive me.
Thank you. Andrea Ledson's joined us. Hello.
Hi, Kay.
Goodness.
Oh God, I can't bear
Devastating
it.
night for the Conservatives.
Andrea
And
Leadsom.
obviously, we need to regroup. We're going to have to rethink. We're going to have to do it quickly. I think there's a very clear message for us from lots of people.
Sorry, I just want to go back to moaning about Jeremy Corbyn now. So just so that you know, I don't only moan about Tories and Reform people. So yeah, so he expected everyone to get behind him when he was leader of the Labour Party. Keir Starmer, you get behind your leader, don't you? That's what you're supposed to do, provide a united front to win an election. Now we've got Jeremy Corbyn standing against the Labour Party because he's 75, but he just cannot let go and let someone younger have a go. You know what I mean? It just makes me so angry. Stand up. Because Jeremy Corbyn, he's always bleating. Now he's all for the, you know, for the underdog and changing Britain. But he doesn't want Keir Starmer to change Britain. He wanted to change Britain and he failed. He failed. He didn't win the election. He fought 2 elections, didn't win either of them. So step down or get behind Keir Starmer. He probably could have still stood as MP for Labour if he wouldn't have said his anti-Semitic remarks and the things that he said. Just makes me so angry. And we had John McDonnell, who's his Bessie mate. He was on earlier on another channel, and he would not give Keir Starmer any credit. And this is a Labour MP saying, you know, and they're interviewing it, and he's saying, oh, well, I don't think it's really a vote for Keir Starmer. I think it's a vote against the Tories. We could have won against the Tory party as it is now, meaning him and Jeremy Corbyn. It's like saying, oh, well, if it would have been us this time again, we would have won. Anybody could beat this government, he was saying. Didn't give Keir Starmer any credit whatsoever. Just so irritating. These are the snakes within your own party. It's terrible. Oh, thank God they've got rid of Ruth Davidson, but they've got Andrea Leadsom instead. Let's see.
Just
I
feels this
totally
country's
agree.
gone backwards under the Tories.
I agree. That's how people feel, and that's why, as I say, we need to regroup and rethink. And it's very clear that in this great country of ours, the people will speak. And I think we will see much more frequent turnover of governments because government is increasingly difficult.
Okay, Trevor and then Beth.
Yeah, I mean, let's not be too abstract about this. You say the people have spoken and they've said one thing: we don't fancy Tories much.
Yeah, yes.
And the other thing they said is we like look of reform rather than going to Labour. I mean, it's
Yes.
possible that actually the combined Labour and Tory vote this time will be the lowest for more than a century. What do you think is going on there, and what do you have to do about it?
Yeah, so that is something for the days and weeks and months ahead. But it's absolutely right. It looks very early hours, but it does look as though reform, that party of protest, has really touched a nerve with people who are sick of an incumbent government that they feel hasn't met their requirements. They don't have enthusiasm for Labour. I have huge concerns about Labour myself, but it does look as though the surge in reform has been enough to significantly give Labour a huge majority. I think there's a lot of questions for Labour about what they're going to do with people.
Oh, I just want to say about giving Theresa May a peerage, Heather. You know who they're also giving a peerage to? The guy who put the bets on. You know, the guy who put the bets on the tour on the election day being in July because he had insider knowledge. He's got peerage as well. They're so corrupt. This Tory party's so corrupt. I mean, to be honest, Theresa May, at least she sort of deserves it because, you know, at least she was Prime Minister and she did try her best, even though she was a bit rubbish, but at least she did serve as Prime Minister. But why are they giving a peerage to someone who bet on
taxes with the country? How are they going to make things better? And I think voters have felt the same. They've concluded the same. They don't see Labour having the answers. So they're voting for reform as well. Can
Hold on a
somebody else
second,
do it?
Andy.
400 and...
Hold on a second, Andy.
Not to take away from
Hold
it,
on a
Andy,
second,
but
Andy.
it's not
Somebody said Gateshead
enthusiasm for
Central and
Labour.
Wickham are Labour hold, Beth.
Can we just go back to the campaign and let's
Yeah.
just go back to where the party is? Because on these projections, it's the worst performance.
Devastating,
yes. For 2 centuries plus. You were furious about the election being called when it was called, weren't you?
Personally, I was, for very good reasons. As a health minister, you know, I just launched this dental recovery plan, which is way better than Labour's offer. You know, I was about to launch a progress update on the family hubs and Start for Life, an absolutely integral part of what I see as a way to really improve our society. So for me personally, I felt there were some things I was desperate to get out the door. So yes, I was angry, but you know, equally, I do completely understand this is a very personal decision for any Prime Minister. The timing has to weigh up all sorts
Andrew,
of different
you
considerations.
wanted to put in a resignation letter, didn't you? Didn't you want to ask him to?
I'm not going.
You're not going to say it on.
Have a look at this, Gateshead Central. I mean, look at the 21% down, Nicholas Oliver, and look what's happening with Reform. This is Gateshead Central and Wickham. Labour's vote down a little bit as well. Tories are fourth there. Look at that. Tories are fourth in Gateshead Central and Wickham. More than just regrouping, you're going to have to give serious thought about what you're going to do about Reform.
I totally agree. I mean, that.
Oh, yeah. So
is for
Tories
the
are
days and
fourth
weeks
there.
ahead.
Again, you know, so the thing is, Reform, they're doing a lot of, you know, people on my channel, subscribers to my channel who've been saying about they didn't know who to vote for, blah, blah, blah. Quite a few of them said that in the end they were going to go for Reform. You know, I don't agree with Reform, anything that they stand for, to be honest. But I can see that if people couldn't bring themselves to vote Labour, they'd vote Reform. It's like a protest, isn't it? But I don't understand why people like Nigel Farage, I just don't understand it. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but
that a bit like the Lib Dems, people think, well, we can safely vote for them because they're never going to have to.
Is it the
wisest thing, though,
what you've
that-
just said? I do agree
Hold on
with
a
what you
second,
said, but
Trevor.
shouldn't you therefore have sort of taken Reform on a bit more than you did? It felt to me,
Yes,
watching from the
you're right,
sidelines, that
Andy.
you were kind of frightened of them and you wouldn't sort of call them
Yeah.
out as Conservative MPs. Is that a fair point?
I think it's a fair point. In hindsight, we should have gone after Reform much more in the early days. But genuinely, again, that's hindsight. And I think at the time, the plan was to really make the appeal on the grounds of what the Conservatives have to offer. And as you know, a lot of the campaign was about, you know, we will cut your taxes, Labour will raise your taxes. So there were some very clear dividing lines between us and the traditional party of opposition. And so, yes, I think in hindsight, we will be thinking, wow, we should have gone after Reform voters much more than we did.
Well, I mean, I was going to ask whether it was that wise, looking at the trends, to come on and dismiss Reform in this way. But I want to ask you about a specific question about your own constituency. According to the exit poll, it looks like it will have gone. And one of the interesting things about your
We should say former constituency, which is why you're sitting here.
yeah, is that it's 10th in the list of mortgage holders. I mean, a lot of people own their own homes. And I noticed one name that hasn't been mentioned tonight is Liz Truss. Now, to what extent?
no, just when Charlie was just asking who are Reform, so he obviously, maybe you haven't heard about them. Now, there's been, I'm surprised they've got any candidates left, because a lot of their candidates have had to be removed. There was one guy who said, you know, they should shoot the immigrants, they get the guns out and shoot them, you know, as they try and land. I mean, this is the sort of people that are in Reform. They are fascists. I'll leave you to watch this, and in fact, there was some interesting things on Twitter about Reform. You know, they want to stop the boats, which fair enough. I think everybody wants to stop the boats, but you know, how do you stop the boats, sort of thing? But there's been a lot of issues with their candidates, let's say, with racism and sexism, misogyny as well. So, I don't know.
Perhaps it looks as though they're projected to do very well this evening, potentially 61 seats according to the exit poll. We've just had some new images in of the man himself.
A Liberal Democrat.
A Liberal Democrat. And my goodness me, what a campaign he had.
Yeah, he's lost a bit. He must have
So he's not, why isn't he in a puddle?
Yeah.
Run over.
The night is yet young.
I think he may have a new nickname in the House of Commons when he gets back, because we like giving people nicknames, don't we?
Yeah, we do, we do.
I think people will refer to him from now on as the Honourable Member for Alton Towers.
I've also been told,
nice, I
actually,
like
from
that.
Lib Dem sources, that they think they're going to take Esher, which is Dominic Raab's former seat, and
It
also
is, yeah.
Harpenden, which has been Conservative for a century. Andrew, I wanted to ask you something about, you've talked about learning lessons in the future direction of the party. You obviously stood for leadership yourself. You also backed Penny Mordaunt and ran her leadership campaign. What do you want for the leadership of the party for the future? Do you think if Penny holds her seat, it should be her? Where do you think the party should go, Andrea?
So,
right, I just want to show you this that about reform. This is one of their candidates. Shoot them. So what this guy actually said, this was a candidate for reform. He made a racist remark about Rishi Sunak, called him a packy. And then he said that what we should do with the immigrants is just shoot them. So that effing PAKI we've got him, what good is he? After he said that we should shoot the immigrants. That's the Reform Party. That's the canvassers, the people that I couldn't be associated with that party. Ah.
On a sunny
I'm sorry, I
afternoon, we're
wasn't
joined by
sharing.
Farage's.
Right,
We've
go
gone
back to the
undercover
beginning.
inside Nigel Farage's
Just
Reform
realised I
UK
wasn't
campaign in
sharing as
Clacton,
usual.
and we recorded extremely offensive language, including this canvasser saying people seeking asylum should be shot.
Get the young recruits there, yeah, with guns on the beach, target practice, to shoot them.
Racist language was repeatedly used, here directed at the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak.
We got it. What's good is he?
And homophobia from Farage's inner circle.
You see that degenerate flag on the front bonnet? What the old Bill doing promoting that crap?
We've previously revealed offensive, racist comments made by some Reform candidates. They've since been dropped by the party. Farage's campaign in Clacton carefully manages media access, so we wanted to see what it's really like at the grassroots. Our undercover investigator is assigned to go door knocking in Clacton with Reform canvasser Andrew Parker.
I know Nigel.
Oh, do you? Right.
Yeah, I met him in a restaurant in London.
Yeah.
About 2 years ago. He's rung me a couple of times. I've texted.
Parker openly spouts racist language out on the campaign trail.
I've always been a Tory voter, even since the Thatcher days. It annoys you big time. Is they just become the same as the Labour Party? There's we got it. What's good is he?
And he isn't shy about his views on Muslims.
All they're interested in doing is taking over, changing everyone to be a Muslim. You see, what the Islamics want, it's horrendous, really. It's sick, mate, sick. It's a cult. I tell you what, if you don't know about Islam, it's the most disgusting cult out.
Before we go out on the doorstep, he gives our undercover reporter a pep talk.
Emphasise illegal, especially if you open the door with a bunch of
We visit a mobile home park outside the town centre. It's a target area for reform with an elderly population. Immigration is the big issue, and Parker says this.
You've got D11 here, not a place near Dover, army recruitment. Get the young recruits there, yeah, with guns on the beach, target practice, just shoot them.
Andrew Parker told us, I'd like to make clear neither Nigel Farage personally nor the Reform Party were aware of my personal views on immigration. I therefore would like to apologise to them if my personal views have reflected badly on them and brought them into disrepute. On a sunny afternoon, we're joined by Farage's ground team at the pub. A police car is spotted driving by with a rainbow pride flag on its bonnet.
Did you see that degenerate flag on the front bonnet? What the old Bill doing promoting that crap? He's about catching nonsense, not promoting. Our police officers will be paramilitaries, they won't be police. We're going to bring back the news.
Reform UK told us,
any individuals who have been identified as making unacceptable comments and holding those views are not welcome in our campaign. We are running a campaign to represent all voters in Clacton. We are well within the legal limits, and like all parties, our returns will be delivered promptly after the close of the polls. Nigel Farage told us, I'm dismayed by the reported comments of a handful of people associated with my local campaign, particularly those who are volunteers. They will no longer be with the campaign. The appalling sentiments expressed by some in these exchanges bear no relation to my own views, those of the vast majority of our supporters, or Reform UK policy.
So there you go. That's the Reform Party for you. Yeah, lovely, aren't they? Lovely, lovely people. And of course, Nigel Farage said, oh no, you know, it's nothing to do with him. Blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah. But of course, you know, it is something to do with him. He's just awful, the Reform Party, in my opinion. That's and Nigel Farage has got a history of fascism from when he was at university. And that he would sing Nazi songs. He'd go up to Jewish students and tell them that Hitler was right. You know, he's an awful man. I just don't understand what anyone sees in him. But anyway. Oh, Nadine Dorries was on another TV station, on the Channel 5, I think it was. And I normally quite like Channel 5, but I just couldn't face watching it.
With their leader, his and also, so I just carry on. I mean, 170, it actually proves that this is true. These figures do play out over the...
So Nadine Dorries, I don't know if you know who she is, but she's like in love with Boris Johnson, more or less.
Evening, that Keir Starmer is no Tony Blair. And there are a lot of Labour MPs who thought they were going to get a much bigger majority that will go into this Parliament already dissatisfied with their leader. And also, so I just carry on. Democracy, Harriet, you made the point about how important democracy is. It's really important that with a large majority, although it's less than 97, and that's, you know, down to your credit, Alistair, that we have an opposition that can hold the government to account. And there's been some really serious concerns about will there be a number of minor parties that could form a coalition against the government of the day, having almost a left-wing opposition and a left-wing government. What I think it shows is that democracy survives because there will be a healthy opposition against the government.
5 years ago, we were announcing an 80-seat majority under Boris Johnson. And it's been wiped out to the worst Conservative result ever. And well, I just want to put this to the Dean, because obviously you're a close friend of Boris Johnson. And the same question we put to Kwasi, the rot started with him, didn't it?
No, actually, that's where
this began.
There has been, well, you know, you might say that, but I'd rather look at the poll today, which was recently by More in Common, which showed that not one voter group blames Boris Johnson for what has happened to the Conservative Party. In fact, when Boris Johnson was leading the Conservative Party, Reform were only on 3% of the vote. Now Boris Johnson has gone, you've got Reform predicted to have 13%. Both Boris Johnson and David Cameron always had an eye to the right. They always were very careful to ensure that the right never managed to bubble up and Farage never got a purchase like he has now. He's gone and they're predicted to have 13 seats.
Honestly, Nadine, you've got to get over Boris Johnson. The fact that Rishi Sunak wheeled
Actually,
him
I
out.
find that quite a sexist comment.
Well, it's not.
Alistair,
It's not.
Thank you.
No, it's not.
No, I think
because
it is, Alistair.
It really isn't. You still seem to think that Boris Johnson is an electoral asset. Rishi Sunak wheeling him out the eve of the election was one of many mistakes he's made. Liz Truss and Boris Johnson.
I think that's the reason
are
why we've got
politically
131 and not 50.
I really don't.
So can we move on from Boris? I mean, I think the main thing that Nadine, I totally agree.
Do you really want to talk about Liz Truss?
No.
Already?
Very good. We could talk about her all night. You brought her up.
No, go on.
Oh my God, my God, my God, my God. Right, what's going on here? I quite like Ed Davey. I probably would have voted for him if I thought he could have won. Oh, sorry, I didn't. I thought I was on Sky News.
Of looking at the declaration here, so it's going to come a little later than expected. It'll be about 2 a.m. We're expecting 1:30 a.m. So we're about 30 minutes from the declaration here in Lee. It's interesting here because of that seismic shift we had in 2019 with the first ever Conservative MP being elected here, the first time Labour had lost here since 1922. Today, the polls are projecting that Jo Platt, the MP who lost her seat that night, will win and win comfortably. We obviously know that she served as an election agent for Andy Burnham in one of his election wins, and that his majority the last time he won here was around 15,000 votes. They're looking at a strong majority again tonight if the polls are correct. And I also just wanted to reflect on why that was a seismic victory. This is a former mill town, a former mining town in and around that Red Wall area, which obviously collapsed last time, but it looks like it's being rebuilt at least in the northeast. Another national trend that I think is worth talking about is that reform vote. So here we've been talking to the reform candidate and his team. They sound quietly confident that they can sneak into second place and that the Conservatives will fall into third, which obviously suggests that they're having, just like they are across the country by the looks of it, having parts of their vote share sliced by reform. This is, of course, a Brexit voting seat. They voted for Brexit here in 2016. So that's linked to that complex mix of factors. But a headline here is we're expecting Labour to win the seat, perhaps with reform and an interesting subplot coming second here.
As about half an hour delay, Andy is being told.
Used to declare around 2. So
She used to
for
work
me,
for
that
you.
was normal. I predicted.
She was one of your aides?
Yeah, Jo's brilliant. And, you know, the great thing is that she lost in 2019, but has dedicated herself to a community project of actually bringing an old mill back to life, and she's done it brilliantly. And I think that says something about her. You know, sometimes politicians are in and then they lose and they're out. She really deserves to win, Jo. She's a
Anna
great
Turley,
friend.
another one, actually. Anna Turley
You've
trying
got
again
to
for
respect
Redcar.
that, haven't you? When you've lost, but you stick around and you rebuild. So Anna as well, Jo. I think that's a really commendable thing.
Yeah, we've seen just a few moments ago.
Can I?
You can, go on.
I've just got this from a Lib Dem source saying that they now believe they've won 47 seats, beating their 1997 result. An astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
But that undershoots the
That
exit poll, doesn't
undershoots
it?
it by
That's
quite a lot, doesn't
61
it?
is
Yeah.
what...
Yeah, but I mean,
so far...
Yeah, so far. Yeah, or
although projected so far.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Anyway,
okay, we're keeping an eye on that because look who's joined us, John McDonnell. Hello.
Hello.
If only you guys could have done this in 2019, then you know you'd have been in a much better position from a standing start.
Oh, here he is, John McDonnell.
Yep, but let's
Oh,
rejoice about getting rid of the Tories. That's good enough for me at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you, John. We just had an interesting conversation, Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge. I'd like me. You'll have read the
harmonious, I'm sure. Was it?
Oh, extremely so. You know, there's just a little bit of difference there. But I think the messages of the campaign sometimes haven't reflected some of what's in the manifesto. Do you look at our manifesto and see good things like renationalisation of railways,
Yes,
and building of council homes?
Yeah. I can see shades of the 2019-2017 manifesto in parts of it, definitely.
Foundational document.
True. You're trying to tempt me, aren't you?
John, Andy, what I didn't say was, as you two were having this discussion, you and Margaret, sorry, not you, Mick and Margaret were having this discussion, a senior Labour figure texted me and said, more seats does not mean more money. The point being that even though the majority is going to potentially be very big, it does not change Labour's position on tax, spend, investment. Are you intensely relaxed about that, John?
The situation is this. They're going to have, I think, the most toxic inheritance any Labour government has ever had. That's the first thing.
True.
Second thing, they've got a limited programme that they've campaigned on, the 6 policy areas. They'll implement those. But the reality is within about 6 to 12 months, they'll have to recognise that they'll need to be a lot more radical. And they can be. I think they can be. And it would only require elements of some... I'll just give you an example.
What does that look like?
Well, I'll give you an example. One of the key issues that's come up on the doorstep with me in my constituency, and I don't think mine's much different from others, 30% of our children are in poverty in my constituency.
Child benefit.
Child benefit, but also the 2-child limit has got to go.
Yeah.
You know, so there's issues like that. I think they'll shift onto because it's almost inevitable if we're going to really fulfil the mission of a Labour government.
Okay, so this is interesting.
Can I just explain while we're looking at Ed Davey, and then we'll come back, because it looks, well, it definitely, the Lib Dems have had their first gain in Harrogate and Knaresborough. Former Andrew Jones Transport Minister
Former
losing.
Conservative stronghold.
Exactly so, and those are how the numbers are looking. Labour 4th, look at that. I mean, is that tactical voting?
Yeah.
Looking at that right there, what do you think?
What we're seeing right the way across the country is people are just voting to get rid of the Tories.
Yeah.
And they're doing it in whatever way they think is appropriate.
That is tactical voting, that vote there at Harrogate and Knaresborough, because Labour had no chance. So you can see their votes gone down. People have voted for the Liberal Democrats just to keep the Tories out.
That the government will have to become more radical. You want to see them scrap the 2-child cap on benefits, which Keir Starmer very clearly in the interview I did with him said he would not do, and that extended to the entire... that extended to the Parliament.
Yeah. Beth,
so you're here to, in a way, just put down a marker, aren't you, about what you expect from them as time goes on?
I think it's not just me. I think the whole of our party will expect more because things are so bad out there. And what I think people will expect is to, yes, let's get this first wave of policies implemented, because you'll restore confidence then and trust in the government being able to do these things. But then let's be honest with people about how bad things are. And therefore, there'll be a second wave of policy discussion. There always is, even under the Blair government. If you remember, they had that first 2 years where they held by the Tory budgets. After that, it then became much more radical. And Gordon Brown in particular took on the issue of child poverty.
Beth, the thing you need to remember is the radicalism may come from devolution, because we're making a pitch to say, look, let us try things that might then be, you don't have to make a national change. We're saying, give us more devolved control of the DWP budget. We'll get more people into work.
£1.5 billion.
We will save money and get more people into work. That's the radicalism that may come.
The vehicles are there now to do that, which we never had before.
One more thing, and then I will, just in terms of this, so John, are you suggesting that if necessary, you do think that Rachel Reeves should raise some taxes around some of the grey areas that they haven't ruled out in order to, for example, cut
Okay.
Or increase the child, or get rid of the child cap.
I agree.
Child cap.
Okay, I agree that the importance is to get growth back in the economy. But I also know how tough that is. So just a 1% growth in economy would bring in about 14 billion. That's how much tax revenue it bring in. So yeah, you've got 14 billion to spend once you get that growth. In the meantime, in my constituency, there are a large number of people living in poverty. We've got a housing crisis, and our public services have been run down after 14 years of austerity. So I think inevitably what will happen in government, people say, well, we'll recognise the scale of the problems, and they will have to review after that first wave, as every government does, where we go next. And I think that will be about growth, but it'll also be about redistribution.
Makes sense, John, but
guys, let me just interrupt. I do need to interject on occasion to say that Gillian Keegan looks as though potentially is going to lose her seat to the Liberal Democrats. And that's in Chichester.
She'd had in the schools of England.
She'd had 60% of the vote in 2019. The latest we're hearing is that potentially she's going to lose her vote to the Lib Dems. Trevor, sorry.
No, I was just going to say,
Brilliant. So Gillian Keegan, she's the education secretary at the moment for the Conservatives. She's going to lose her seat. Oh, it couldn't happen to a nicer person.
Sure Start, minimum wage,
Yes.
Human Rights Act.
Education. Remember?
So they actually came in with quite a radical prospectus. That's not true about this Labour administration, is it?
That's true. And I think in many governments get radicalised in power as well. And I think that's inevitably going to happen with this government. Otherwise, this is my fear, and we've seen it with the rise of reform. Reform will breed off disillusionment, and we can't disillusion people. Otherwise, we'll go the way of Germany, France, and Italy. That's why it's important to recognise and be honest with people about the scale.
No, when he's saying this, he's saying all this, don't disillusion people. Why doesn't he get behind the Labour Party then? Why is he complaining about the Labour? Sometimes I just feel like Jeremy Corbyn and him and these real left wing, they didn't even want the Labour Party to win. They didn't want Keir Starmer to win.
Majorities as big as this, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer from all different wings of the party. Now, one of the problems our party had, particularly near the end, was part of it was cows. So the Brexiteers kept asking for more. The One Nation guys and the ERG, and the One Nation guys got timider and more timid and more timid and more timid. Actually, you need balance so that if Keir wants to do something or not do something, he can say, well, you guys are asking for money for this, but this other set of people are saying we can't do that. So this balance between kind of Rachel Reeves and her Treasury
The broad church
and
approach.
yourself, exactly, the broad church approach. As you go through a parliament, that gets tougher and tougher to do. What's really interesting listening to you now, John, is how you're framing this as the money has to come in first. Now, as sort of almost the grey beard, the kind of mystical leader of that left caucus, you are going to be an absolutely pivotal voice for Keir to keep largely on side to do this. It'll be really, I'm going to find it fascinating to see how he navigates the eddies and currents of his party and the role that somebody like yourself is going to have in that.
Don't exaggerate my role. We've got a huge young generation of radicals that have come through.
The Gandalf of the British left.
Well,
I love it.
There's a whole new generation of radical socialists that in Parliament now, incredibly creative. But I think Keir's going to have to govern a broad church approach. That's the first thing. And I think we need to be preparing for that second wave of policy making, because the crisis is so deep. On the doorstep, what came across is that broken Britain concept. Nothing works. The NHS in crisis. In schools,
only 10 seats declared, and he's already working on the second.
No, nothing works. But you didn't fix it because you didn't win the election. So, just shut up. Right, I'm going to have to just leave you for a minute because one of my dogs has just been sick. So that's nice. I've just got to go and clear that up. I'll just be 5 minutes. I'll leave you with Sky News.
Yes, but the scale of the problems that we've got, we're not going to be able to overcome them in one period of office. By the time you get to that second year, you're staring down the barrel of another general election. So you've really got to be producing then, and then also giving people hope of what a second period of office would be. And the point that Andy's making, the vehicles are out there now. Give them the resources and we can deliver.
And I think the point that's being a bit missed in the conversation is the manifesto has more in it than any of the manifestos I stood on when I was in the New Labour. Wait a second though, Trevor. You know,
On
rail,
trivia.
one second, we never touched rail in those, you know, we never went near it. Just look at it now. This manifesto is talking of renationalisation. The energy market, Great British Energy, that is to be shaped. What, you know, that is holding out the possibility of locally owned energy, cooperatively owned energy. That is exciting. The housing stuff we've talked about. I think there is more in the manifesto. They've not talked about it perhaps as much in the campaign, but there is lots of stuff there that will allow us as mayors to work with them and shape it. And actually, I would say, bring through stuff that the new Labour government should have done something about and didn't. For instance, re-regulating buses, which I've done in Greater Manchester. Now everywhere can do it in our manifesto. These may never get the Westminster attention or the kind of political world's attention, but these things really matter on the ground. And I think it's a manifesto that actually goes further, certainly than the 2001, 5 and 10 ones that we stood on.
Okay, can I just say that may I just say that we're waiting for Nuneaton, first seat in the Midlands Classic Bellwether seat. This one, wait and see. Marcus Jones, of course, also waiting for Basildon and Billericay. We were expecting that to come shortly after midnight, 2 hours later or thereabouts, still waiting for that. That's important because it's Richard Holden's. Our first Conservative hold has just dropped as Rayleigh and Wickford. The first Conservative hold, Rayleigh and Wickford. Just telling you about Richard Holden, who is the chairman of the Conservative Party. 1 in 3 chance of not holding on to that seat is what the bookies were suggesting. Waiting for, what else are we waiting for? Broxbourne. That is quite late as well. Not sure what's going on there. Labour has gained Stroud and also held Jarrow and Gateshead East. So that's an update. And also waiting for our first seat in Scotland as well. SNP, according to the exit poll, likely to very badly with possibly as low as 10 seats. So that's the update where we are so far. Nuneaton, no boundary changes, declares relatively early. Still, it's 2 o'clock, relatively early, depends on your view. Labour should gain it. It was Labour 1992 to 2010, as you were. What was your point that you were making?
That was ages ago. I've nodded off.
But when you look at, I mean, in all honesty, when you saw the exit poll, and you realise that, you know, your party was going to be the party of government potentially for 2 terms. Did you look back at 2019 and think, you know, if we played it a little bit more middle of the road, then we could have been government already?
I was the person they always sent out for the exit polls, you know. So in 2017, I went along. And again, everyone thought we were going to be crushed then. And we came level with Theresa May, basically. I had a Tory minister beside me. I can't remember who it was, but his face completely drained. I thought I was going to have to do compression on him or something like that. So they're tough. Then in the 2019 one, it was just all Brexit. Yeah, it was just a nightmare. No matter what we did, we couldn't change the dial in the discussion. So it was Brexit. And our party was divided over it. Realistically, that was the problem with us, you know. But again, my view is this, and you might think I'm wrong. This is cumulative defeat by the Conservatives. First of all, austerity, biting and Osborne and whatever. Then Boris Johnson comes along, and to be honest, he's a congenital liar. And those images of the Queen burying her husband and they're partying at Number 10.
How do you feel when you see this guy, Jeremy Corbyn?
He's my friend. He's my friend and always will be. And if he wins tonight, I'll be arguing for him to be restored to the Labour whip. That's what I'll hope to do. That's what they did at Nye Bevan and others who lost the whip. But to finish my point, I think the turning point for the Conservatives was the Liz Truss budget. If Sunak had been elected rather than Liz Truss,
any responsibility,
I think he would have much had more of a chance of running, and the losses wouldn't be as
him
great.
and Jeremy not winning those other
they lost economic credibility over it.
No, he's not accepting any responsibility. Maybe it was because their
from what I hear, it's really
manifesto was too
Labour sources saying to me that they,
you know, it was like I'm a dyed in the wool Labour supporter, but even I was looking, I'm thinking, they can't do all this that they say they're going to do. They won't accept any responsibility. It's everybody else's fault except him and Jeremy's. You know, and, you know, Jeremy, he's had his days. He's 75 years old. What's going on with these politicians who won't give a younger person a chance? So why is he clinging on to it? Anyway, what Charlie was saying there earlier about James Cleverly. Yeah, I'm surprised James Cleverly's even still, you know, that he never had to resign, because he's said quite a few mad things, hasn't he? He said about his wife, he had to give her, what was it? He said about giving her a roofie or something, giving her, because then she wouldn't realise that there were better men out there. You know, it was a joke, but it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny in today's climate where, you know, women are getting drugged. You know, there's a lot of spike, not only women, but men. A lot of spiking going on. And then he said that something was batshit crazy. Then he said a place was a shithole. You know, he literally made one mistake after another. Oh, here's another Labour win by the look of it. Oh my God.
So there you go.
Again, Reform, 9,000 votes.
Second place, a Labour gain there.
But the Conservatives are in second place. So that's a Labour gain.
I don't think it's going to impact on the results there. It's an unchanged seat that won some notoriety in 2015 when it was the first marginal to declare. A swing to the Conservatives made it clear that Labour were not going to get close to being the biggest party and that Cameron was going to stay Prime Minister. You can see that Jodie Gosling has taken that seat. Beth.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these bellwether seats in the West Midlands. Again, one of the red wall areas.
But the drop for the Conservatives.
Yeah,
there is
I mean that's given what the exit poll is, you would absolutely expect Nuneaton to change hands.
32% lost. Now remember, we're going to be looking out for Andrew Snowden's result in Filed. You know, the previous crime commissioner under the Nicola Bulley case. He's in a safe seat normally, but will it be safe this time?
Look at the turnout, 58.7.
Yeah.
For a seat like this, that is low.
No, and I think this is what this goes back to what we've been talking about, which is when you're looking at the seats, all the turnouts are looking, or the ones I've noticed have looked slightly down. And I really think that one of the themes of this night as we go through it will be turnout lower, but majority really big.
Do you know what's
and
interesting?
that's the question of the mandate.
Is the number of sort of themes that have been discussed during the course of this campaign that the numbers are kind of bearing out. And one of the kind of conversations have been, there's a real will after 14 years to get the Tories out, you know, to have change, that it is a change election.
Yeah.
But the deal hasn't been sold yet on Labour. And if you're looking at the cumulative vote shares, the Tories are down 22% on the ones that we've seen so far. Massive kick to the Tories. Labour's only up 2 points. Only up 2 points on 2019, which was not I wanted.
No, it was not.
So that
really
kind of almost anecdotal.
Yes.
You know, we're not that enthusiastic about Labour
And
yet, but we really want the Tories out.
And
It does appear that these early
Labour
figures are
share is
playing that
actually
out.
down in some constituencies.
In some.
And that's what...
Hang on a minute, though, to turn around.
It wasn't Newcastle.
That's quite a...
Nuneaton.
But I'd say cumulatively of all the ones we've seen.
Yeah, but this is a key seat, isn't it? This is a.
But to put it into context, if you look at Johnson's 80-seat majority in 2019, he got 43.6% of the vote. In 1997, Blair got 43.2% of the vote. In 1979, Thatcher got 43.9% of the vote. Yes, Theresa May got 42.3%.
We're likely to win on under 40%. aren't we?
Yes, exactly. And so, if you think this is one of the historic landslides of 79 to 97 to 2019, actually, in which that was the biggest majority.
Beth, the reason for that, though, is we've almost got 5
Yeah.
Five
No,
parties polling now, haven't we? Which is,
but
you know,
that gives
the Lib Dems are polling, Reform are
yes,
polling.
but that's the point, isn't it? That
But you had that in 2050
therefore,
as well.
the share.
yes, but
true.
but
You had that in
yes, but
2050
that's
when
kind of
UKIP
the
were really-
rise
they got
of
4
the
million
other.
votes. They did.
No,
Okay,
the Lib
so
Dems dropped off.
just to let you
no,
know,
wait a second. The Lib Dems dropped off.
just to let you know that Jodie Gosling, there is actually she is the leader of North Warwickshire Council. She'll be stepping down from there, and apparently, just to let you know that Labour's lucky seat is Warwickshire North. They've never won an election without winning Warwickshire North, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's talk about how some of the Conservatives' biggest names could fare tonight. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Surrey, where the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, is contesting the seat of Godalming and Ash, and Amanda Akas is in Welwyn, where the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, is defending his seat of Welwyn and Hatfield. Bear with me just 1 second, John, if you would, because I want to go to John Craig first of all. Is he going to keep his seat?
Doesn't look like it, Kay. All the signs are that Jeremy Hunt, the son of an admiral, is going to sail off into the political sunset tonight with possibly a heavy defeat by the Liberal Democrats, although he insisted during the campaign he thought it'd be 1,000 to 1,500 votes either way. The exit poll that we broadcast suggests a decent win for the Liberal Democrats here. This has been a target seat for the Liberals and the Liberal Democrats for many, many years, going back to when it was Southwest Surrey, and it was represented by first Virginia Bottomley and then by Mr. Hunt. Now, there have been some quite small majorities for the Tories in the old Southwest Surrey seat. What's happened here, Kay, is that they've carved this seat into two constituencies. Mr. Hunt is fighting Godalming and Ash. The other one is called Farnham and Borden. Some here think perhaps he made a mistake in opting for Godalming and Ash because it always looked a bit more marginal than the other seat. He has worked so hard, though, to try and hold this seat. He has campaigned tirelessly when you might have expected a Chancellor of the Exchequer to be in London, taking part in TV debates, interviews, and so on. He has spent the last 6 weeks pounding the streets of this leafy constituency in the Surrey Hills in the desperate hope of trying and cling on. If he does cling on, it will be an amazing personal triumph for him. And of course, from what we're hearing, he'll be one of the big beasts left in the Tory party in Parliament, one of the grown-ups, if you like, experienced politician. If, on the other hand, it's the end for Jeremy Hunt, he can look back on a 19-year career in Parliament in which he's held 4 cabinet posts, including 2 of the so-called great offices of state, Foreign Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer. All the signs are, looking at what's happening around the country, Mr. Hunt is probably going to lose here.
Yeah, just also seeing, while I've got you, before we move on to Amanda, a Liberal Democrat source saying schools out for summer for Gillian Keegan. Were confident of clinching a win in Chichester, making her the first cabinet minister of the night to lose her seat. Quoting a Lib Dem source here, this seat has been Conservative for 100 years. Winning here is an extraordinary achievement which has unseated the Education Secretary. Your response to that, John?
Sorry, Kay, I didn't quite hear that.
Okay, basically, the Lib Dems are saying that Gillian Keegan's lost.
Yes. Well, you're right. That's been a safe Tory seat. It was Andrew Tyree who chaired the Treasury Select Committee for many years. And that is a shock. She will not have been expecting that. The point about this seat is that, I mean, people have said, and in fact, Mr. Hunt has said, oh, there might be another Portillo moment. Think about Michael Portillo's defeat in '97. That was a shock. Gillian Keegan is a shock. Mr. Hunt himself has talked about the prospect of losing here. He told his children a few weeks ago, he told us, Daddy might not be Chancellor of the Exchequer. He might not be an MP. He knows he's in a tough battle here. And if Mr. Hunt does lose, it won't be a great shock. Yes, I think Gillian Keegan going is a shock. I mean, this area also, like Chichester, has been Conservative since 1910. Classic blue wall. I mean, you drive around here and you can imagine it's the £5 million homes and so on. The majority of people either own their own home, they own cars and so on. We are talking one of the most affluent areas of the country. And if the Lib Dems do win here, that is a massive scalp for them.
OK, thanks. Amanda Akas, Welling. Looks as though the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps is likely to lose his seat.
Yes, indeed. So he's held this seat for 19 years, and during that time, he's served in the cabinet of every single Conservative Prime Minister except for Theresa May. Famously, last year, he had 5 different cabinet posts, ending up as Defence Secretary. But certainly he's someone who is well known as a campaigner, former Tory party chair, well known for having a long spreadsheet of the views of different Tory MPs, which he used to help get Boris Johnson elected. And indeed, he's been tipped as a possible future Conservative leader himself. Certainly, even just a few weeks ago, there was lots of talks about him as one of the likely contenders. But certainly now, given the results of the exit poll in particular, that doesn't seem that likely. Only a 6% chance, according to that, of him holding onto this seat. And his majority is fairly narrow in the context of the pretty dire polling we've seen. So he's only got a majority of just under 11,000. Labour need just a swing of just over 10% to win here. Indeed, it seems very likely that that's what they managed to do. In fact, this is a seat, though, that they did hold back under the Blair years.
OK, for now, thank you. Ed is here. Ed, is that your food, love? What have you got?
Yeah, so I heard you've got a poke bowl coming. They asked me what I wanted. There's some pizza on offer, but this is, I think, some chicken goujons. So there you go.
They're all trying to fit in some food. Poor Kay, she's trying to eat at the same time as commentate.
Just a second.
Great.
Next few moments, Ed.
It really does.
Ed, we're hearing, and you'll want to know this, Trevor. Basildon and Billericay, it's been confirmed that that is a recount. Now, the reason that we're interested in Basildon and Billericay is because it's Richard Holden's seat, and it was literally bolted on. He was guaranteed to get that seat.
Parachuted in.
Yeah, yeah. I've been fed up of saying parachuted. I was trying to think of another way of saying it, but we can go with that. And there is a recount.
Close, close. I mean, that we'll keep an eye on that one. Do you want charts?
Yes, please. Love a chart, as you know. Can't believe you had to ask me.
Look at the map first of all. Okay, look, just you can see how we are starting to get a little bit, because before I was telling you it was all about what was happening in the northeast, but now look, you can see Rayleigh and Wickford over there, and Harrogate as well. We're starting to get some stories telling us a bit of the other dynamics, the geographical dynamics, the demographic dynamics around the country. Let me focus first of all on Nuneaton. Okay, I want to look at Nuneaton because this is kind of interesting here. Again, what we're doing is we're comparing exit poll results with the eventual results. We're not going to do this all night, but it's just giving you a sense of whether that number that we've been focusing on quite so much does look good. And it looks pretty good here in Nuneaton, because look at that, 36 in the exit poll, the eventual result's 36.9. Okay, so that's pretty close. Conservatives, 27, the eventual result, 28.5, so slightly stronger. And then Reform more or less the same. So that's a result that looks pretty similar to the exit poll. So again, if you're looking at the exit poll, wondering whether it looks kind of reliable, this result in Nuneaton, of course, a former kind of bellwether constituency. Remember that? Ed Miliband really wanted to win it, but didn't get to win it. And that was really significant back in 2015. But have a look at this. Okay, so Nuneaton, what's interesting here about that Labour vote share, is it as high as you might have expected, given that they are winning there? And that's the story here that we're starting to see evolving. Labour winning seats without necessarily having enormous majority shares of the vote. And why is that happening? It's partly because Reform is eating into that Conservative vote. Just look at those two numbers together. Reform really having an impact, even though it's in third place here in Nuneaton. So that's kind of interesting. Also, think about places like Harrogate. So obviously the Lib Dems there, picking up the Harrogate there from the Conservatives. Okay, but again, Lib Dems there at the top, okay, increasing their share of the vote a touch. Conservatives down a lot. But look, again, Reform sandwiched in the middle, eating into the Conservative vote. And this is interesting as well. Look at the Labour Party down in fourth place, actually seeing the share of the vote falling. Okay, so is this some evidence of tactical voting here in Harrogate that gets the Lib Dems in there? So that's kind of quite a striking thing. But one thing that we've been trying to do is, again, look at the exit poll results, work out whether they are kind of online with what we're actually seeing. I'm going to show you two charts that really underline that. First of all, this is showing you Labour and just how the results are coming in versus the exit poll. Anything above the bar shows the results are better than expected. Anything below the bar shows that they are a little bit worse than expected. And it's kind of a little bit all over the place, but more or less, I'd say it's more or less accurate so far when it comes to the Labour numbers. But have a look at this for the Conservatives. And most of these are northeast constituencies. So again, it's telling you one aspect here, one geographical focus. But look at how many of these bars are above the line. The Conservatives doing a touch better, whether it's in Sunderland, whether it's in Blyth, in Gateshead as well, doing a touch better in all of these constituencies around the northeast than the exit poll was suggesting. So does that suggest that the exit poll is actually not necessarily not necessarily displaying quite as much Conservative performance as we might have expected? Final thing to note, okay, so again, we're just looking at the average swings so far. And earlier on, I was showing you it was kind of getting up towards kind of like 12, 13, 14%. Actually, now the swing from the Conservative Party to the Labour Party is more or less around the 10%, 10.3%, which puts it basically bang in line with what the Labour Party achieved in 1997. So looking like a swing so far of about 10.3%. I won't go into it. There's a whole thing I want to tell you about swings, swingometers, how much we can rely on them, because actually this does look like one of those elections where the swingometer isn't necessarily telling you the full story and why we need to show you it in different ways. But I feel like have I used up my chart quotient? Maybe I haven't, because
we're just looking at Leeds Western Podsey, which of course is Rachel Reeves' seat.
Right.
And Beth and I were talking. Beth and I were just talking about, in fact, yesterday, weren't we talking about how we remembered where all the seat names were? I don't know. Do you have a way of remembering whose seat is what?
I just spend a lot of time in a dark room.
Do you?
I don't have a spreadsheet.
I do word association.
But that's just for fun.
So Rachel Reeves, Podsey the Bear.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, Pontefract Hakes. Pontefract Hakes is Yvette. Thank you. You see, it works. Do you like
taught me that one.
I get it. Yeah. Anyway, have a look. Talk me through those figures.
So basically, what have we got here? Leeds West,
Rachel Reeves.
Rachel Reeves, obviously, soon to Shadow Chancellor. Soon, one suspects to be the first female Chancellor. What's interesting about this? Okay, so first of all, Conservative share down 25.1%.
Good old Rachel.
Reform up though, 13.5%. But just have a look at this, okay? So you're not seeing a massive shift to the Labour Party. Obviously, this is kind of, in safe Labour territory. But you're not seeing a massive kind of shift across to the Labour Party. And that, again, is going to be the question. And there's quite some interesting charts I can show you about the efficiency of the Labour vote. Is Labour able to win a lot of seats, which it looks like they are heading towards winning a lot of seats, that's what the exit poll suggests, without necessarily increasing their share of the vote dramatically? Because that's, so far, it's not going up dramatically.
We've got Sadiq Khan waiting, but I just want
Oh, sorry.
Just Sadiq Khan's waiting. Anything?
Oh, he's got the Sadiq Khan's coming up. I bet they get tired, don't they? I can't wait. You know, when it really starts, the action starts, and it's seat after seat after seat. Won't be long before that's happening. So the trouble is, while nothing much is happening, it's harder to stay awake. But when all the results start coming in, it makes it easier, doesn't it?
Labour's Sadiq Khan, I'm sure you'll want to speak to our Manchester Mayor as well in just a moment or two. There you go. In fact, why don't you two just have a chat? Come on.
Yeah, a little.
How are you doing? Can I just give Andy a virtual hug?
Well, you might not want to when you hear what I said about London earlier, Sadiq. There was a bit of a jibe going on about first, second, and third cities, but I won't reopen it.
Yeah, he said Manchester was the first city and you were second.
Of course, Manchester.
Well, Andy's got a great sense of humour.
How's London looking,
He has
Sadiq?
to. He's an Everton supporter.
Can I just say, Andy, I've been knocking on doors in communities we've not engaged in for 20 years. Yep. It's been quite remarkable. We're delivering leaflets on some streets, Andy, that we've not delivered in for 20 years with any confidence and hope. In central, inner and outer London, it's been quite remarkable. Conversations that you and I remember from the 90s and noughties. Now people are listening to us and people are voting for us. And I think it's going to be a great night, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it already is in some ways, isn't it? You know, just to be in this position. We've not been here for a long time. Do you think that effect is going on in London because people dislike the rhetoric of recent times, the division, some of the hate? You know, is London sort of, if you like, sort of taking a decisive stand against all of that? It feels like it would be.
So much hate.
I'll tell you what's interesting is, you know, and Trevor and Beth will recognise this as well. In 2015, 2017, 2019, people were unhappy with the Conservatives, but not enough to give us their vote. I think what Keir Starmer's done over the last 4.5 years is transformed our party so people feel comfortable giving us their vote now. But also, I think, you know, Beth is spot on. What we've done in this campaign is actually not work those seats that are already Labour. Our ground campaign in Labour seats has been basically absent because we've been working in those seats. We've got to win to form a government. And when you hear figures of 410 Labour MPs potentially, a majority of 170, I think Keir Starmer's been vindicated for that campaign. But you're right, Andy, people are angry with this government. A lot of those people have voted for Labour in London, and I think across the country, some may have voted Reform. And I think our task over the next 5 years, Keir Starmer's task, the Labour Party's task, the government's task, is also to win over those people who currently vote Reform, to give them the confidence to vote Labour in 4 or 5 years' time.
I agree.
How do you solve a problem like Reform if you're Keir Starmer and indeed whoever might be the next leader of the Conservative Party?
Well, what you'll see Keir do tomorrow outside number 10 Downing Street is speak to the nation, all the nation, not just those that voted Labour, but those that didn't vote Labour as well. He's going to try and heal our country and bring our country together. We had 14 years of communities, of generations, of people being pitted against one another, Remain, Brexit, North, South, old, young. What Keir will do is bring us all together because, frankly speaking, we've got to come together now because our country deserves more. You'll see a Prime Minister under-promising and over-delivering, and I think it's really important.
Can I
just
ask you a question?
You
Can I just say that we're waiting for Ed Davies' seat to declare momentarily, and Liam Atherton as well.
Yeah, it's Ruth Davidson, Sadiq. Good to speak to you again. You and Andy have quite a bit in common, not just your mayoralty positions now, but that you were both in government. And then when the party went into opposition, when Jeremy Corbyn became leader, I know you supported him in that. Andy didn't. You ran himself. You chose to leave Parliament. You chose to not be MPs while the party was in opposition. Now that it looks like you're on the cusp of government again, is it something you would wish to return to?
Well, actually, I voted for Andy in 2015 to be its leader of the Labour Party. But look, I'm quite clear. I think if the 19th century was a century of empire, 20th century a century of nations, the 21st century is about cities and mayors. And Andy and I both met Keir Starmer on a number of occasions over the last few months. Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, Angela Rayner, the Shadow Cabinet are all committed to devolving more powers and resources to cities and regions across the country. That includes London, includes Greater Manchester,
You're using your
includes
Tony Blair
Merseyside and
hands.
elsewhere.
I've watched you speak. I've stood beside you while you've been speaking enough to know when you go into full politician mode. And when you get the hands out, that's full politician mode. And you didn't answer the question, which wasn't, do you like your job now? I get that you like your job now. The question was, would you go back into Parliament for a different job? Now you're back in government.
No, not at all. I've got the best job in politics. No, we'll never go back. And one of the reasons why I'm so excited, and that's why I'm using my hands, Ruth, is because we've won a massive victory tonight, a majority of 170, and I can't wait to work with this great Prime Minister in waiting.
I think that's a change in politics, though. You know, people have talked about Westminster as though it's the only thing that matters, the only show in town. They can't believe that someone like Sadiq or myself doesn't want to just scurry back there as quick as we can. And when we say, no, we're actually loving these roles, we actually do things, and it's in the real world. I mean, I just think it's like the Westminster set sometimes can't get its head round why these jobs are so much better.
I get it, which is why I asked it, because I've never been an MP. I've never sat in the House of Commons. I've always sat in a devolved administration. And people say, don't you want to? Would you never want to be Prime Minister? You don't want to go back in? You won't want to go in the front line? And the answer is actually no, because politics happens all over the United Kingdom. It doesn't just happen on the green benches.
I think we would both feel, though, that we're going to have an era of really big profile on cities, devolution. Sadiq, that's what we both... Growth won't come without it, will it?
Can I ask Sadiq? So, Sadiq,
You can. Let me just tell
Move
people
on.
what they're looking at. Lee, which is Lee in Atherton, the seat that you used to have, waiting for that declaration. Southwest London, Ed Davies seat as well. Let me tell you that Labour has gained Blackpool South, you'll say, but it was already a Labour seat after that scandal with Scott Benton. Thank you very much indeed. There was a by-election, but for the purposes of saying who had the seat, we go back to 2019, the by-election subsequent to that. So we are saying Blackpool South has won that seat, waiting for Lee, waiting for Ed Davey. And Vale of Glamorgan as well, first seat in Wales, waiting for that one to come through in just a second or two. You were saying?
No, I think Trevor was trying to come in.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Trevor.
I know you want to shut me up. But anyway,
Yeah, that's what happens when you try and say it's your programme.
So early in the night.
Yeah, it was, it was a schoolboy error.
Kay Burley is going to punish me all night for a momentary lapse of judgment.
Yes, I am, because here's Lee. Yes, I am. Here we go. Here's Lee.
I never got. That's not Lee.
Is it not?
Sorry, here's a declaration.
Is it not Lee?
That's Vale of Glamorgan.
That's Vale of Glamorgan, I'm told.
This is the declaration of result of the poll for the election Parliament for Lee and Atherton on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, James Winterbottom, being the Deputy Returning Officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Buckley Craig Allen, the English Democrats, Putting England First, 376. Jones Amelia, the Green Party, 1,653. Platt Joanne Marie, commonly known as Joe Platt, Labour and Cooperative Party, 19,971.
Joe!
Well done.
Thomas Stuart David, Liberal Democrats, 1,597. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,400.
Oh, that's the majority.
Yeah. Second on the hit list,
Ronnie
wasn't it?
George.
It was
for Labour.
fantastic, honestly. It just it makes me feel whole again that Lee has gone Labour. It honestly, it feels so good.
You
And
have
Joe
to declare
is,
an interest. She worked for you.
she did, and I got great affection for Joe. She's been, I say, brilliant for me, but she's worked hard, and there she is. She gets her reward. That is just a great result.
Yeah, look at the reform vote. See the reform vote there. Oh my God. But it's brilliant. So this is the red wall being built up again, because the red wall crumbled, didn't it? Because you know, my fellow Northerners unfortunately believed Boris Johnson for some unknown reason, unbeknownst to me, believed Boris Johnson that he was good. You know, he tried to convince them to vote Tory, and they did. But look, they've gone back to Labour now.
Staff and the police for their hard work in ensuring today's smooth operation. And I also extend my gratitude to the people of Lee, Atherton, Tilsley, Goulburn, Loughton and Astley. After 14 years of Conservative failure, you've demanded change. We ran this election as a changed Labour Party. Thank you for putting your trust in us to change the country. This is a vote for a Labour Party that is focused on the priorities of working people. We will fight for economic security, cheaper bills, safer streets, the NHS back on its feet, secure borders and better opportunities for our children. I do want to acknowledge James, the outgoing MP. Though our politics differ, he always held these towns close to his heart. Thank you for your service and for representing this great constituency. Losing this seat in 2019 was deeply painful, not just for me personally, but for those who desperately need a Labour government. It was a moment of reflection and realisation for us all. Over the last 4 years, under this Conservative government, things have got worse. The Labour Party has listened, learned from past mistakes and developed policies that speak directly to our towns. The people of this constituency deserve a government that has their back supports their aspirations and enables grassroots regeneration. Labour is ready to be that government, building on the pride and potential of our towns. We are committed to working with you, hand in hand, to bring about the change that is so desperately needed. But I want to thank my family, my mum, my dad, my sisters, and especially my long-suffering partner, Ian, who can't be with us here today, but Ian, this is for you. Also a heartfelt thank to my 3 children and Cian, who's here with us today. Another thanks goes to the Labour Party team, Claire, my agent, for keeping me organised, to Paul and Sam for managing the campaign, and to the Lee and Atherton constituency Labour Party, thank you for leading a professional and positive campaign. Your efforts are the foundation of this success, and it belongs to each and every one of you.
So, one or two things to update you on. Conservatives have held Broxbourne. Should have come in around about midday. Midnight. Reform are less of a factor there, which means the betting market thought that the Conservatives would hold on. Never bet against a bookie, is what my dad always used to say, and it looks as though that has proven to be the case. Thank you very much indeed. Vale of Glamorgan, former Wales Secretary, that has become a Labour gain. Vale of Glamorgan, first result in from Wales, is a Labour gain. And Colchester, now many of you will, or some of you will know, Colchester was James Cracknell, the Olympic rower.
And what did he say? What did he call the Conservative
I'm sure it was
campaign?
wasn't it a swear word that we
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
repeat
yeah.
on
Yes,
we
television?
cannot
I can do it on the
Ruth has been-
podcast, but
Ruth
not
has been
television.
swearing on television.
I checked the word and it was fine what she said, but some of the other words we can't. Yeah, I did. I did
You know
check.
what we say in our neck of the woods? Snitches get stitches. Don't talk me in.
Yeah,
Come on.
but yeah, Colchester.
First time I've ever heard a candidate
Yeah,
refer to his party's
Colchester.
campaign as a shower of
People.
shower of
Yeah,
whatnot.
quick last word from the London Mayor. You wanted to ask him something?
Yeah, if Sadiq is still there, he'll remember. Yeah,
There he
Sadiq,
is.
you remember way back in 1998 when there was a referendum to establish the mayoralty. Those who were in favour of it basically wanted the mayoralty to have control of a lot of things, education, health, as well as transport. Now, the problem was that the then Labour government didn't trust Ken Livingstone to run that. But are you now thinking that with a new Labour government, that the next step is for you to take over other sectors, including, for example, some aspects of health?
Yeah, I think Trevor, one of the things that I think Andy, Steve Rotherham, Tracy Brabin,
Let's
other
go to
mayors across the
Hartlepool.
country.
I'm so sorry to
including-
interrupt you. Hartlepool declaration. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, they're all coming in now. Red car.
Okay, so this is the Hartlepool declaration coming out. Oh, great news there for Anna Turley. She's regained red car. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying that red car became blue car. I think you'll find it's gone back to red car. Here we go.
Votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Jonathan James Frederick Brash, Labour Party, 16,414, duly elected. Thomas William Dudley, commonly known as Tommy Dudley, Workers' Party of Britain, 248. Samantha Jane Lee, commonly known as Sam Lee, Independent, 895. Peter James Morn, Liberal Democrats, 572.
Oh, there you go.
Gillian Wendy Mortimer,
Reform. So that
commonly known
is
as Jill
Lee Anderson. Lee Anderson's one.
Party candidate.
Lee Anderson has gained Ashfield.
Oh, Lee
from the
Anderson's won.
Conservatives. You're both looking at me in stunned silence.
Oh my
I thought we were
God.
listening to the count. So
Yeah,
I thought we weren't supposed to be talking.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no. Reform have gained Ashfield. In other words,
That's
Lee
their first game, isn't it?
Anderson.
Yeah, there's been a couple that have come in because there's a lot of seats that are all
Yeah.
coming in now. As people that are watching the ticker will see.
Yes.
Two of the ones I wanted to pick out were the two Barnsley
And he's
seats,
about
Barnsley
to
North.
speak.
Massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight.
Oh,
It's been incredibly
no,
hard. All the people
no.
that's worked throughout this election
Not
campaign.
30p,
Special
Lee.
thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate, and I won comfortably. And the people of Ashfield backed me, and they've now backed me again as the Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. First time Reform have ever been able to say that they will have an MP in the House of Commons. Many thought.
Oh my God, I cannot believe that Lee Anderson has won. What is wrong with people to vote for someone like him? So this is the guy who said that, you know, what people complaining about, the cost of living crisis, you can cook a meal for 30p. That's why they call him 30p Lee. It only costs 30p to cook a meal. So what people complaining about the cost of living crisis? He's a horrible, horrible misogynist, racist, everythingist. He's a liar. He's been in the Labour Party, he's been in the Conservative Party, and now he's in Reform Party. Why would someone vote for him? I just don't understand. Really don't. Labour was second with 11,553, but he's got a big majority there, really. He's still got 6,000 majority. Awful.
And now Lee Anderson, who defected from the Conservatives to Reform. He was a deputy party chair put in by Rishi Sunak. People, when he defected, thought, yeah, you'll go to Reform, but you will lose that seat in a general election. And now he has come back with a big vote, far, you know,
Beth, you heard
absolutely
it from,
eclipsing. And he said there will be. He said it just then. There will be. This election will be a
But
reckoning.
you heard it
That's
from
what he
Andrea
said.
Leadsom before, and I asked her about this. She acknowledged that they should have taken them on more. For instance, if the Conservatives in Parliament had taken on Reform over its position on the NHS, I think people would have understood Reform's position on the NHS. Currently, I don't think they do. And that is their failure.
It goes back even before that.
Okay.
The idea that Lee Anderson was made a deputy chairman of the Tory party when he was being a right old pain in the backside.
Well, that's why he was
to
made
people that
deputy
were there.
chairman.
Exactly. It's the appeasement doesn't work. You know, you've got to challenge them.
what I was saying to her, yeah.
You've actually got to take them on and fight them on the issues and see what they actually have to do. And having a parliamentary group might actually expose what they believe.
I think that's the first time I've ever agreed with Ruth Davidson. Appeasement doesn't work. It didn't work with Hitler, did it? Appeasement, that's what they did with Lee Anderson. Rishi Sunak is such a bloody coward. He could not bring himself to take on Reform, take on Lee Anderson. So he made him party chairman. He then ballsed it all up, and so they had to get rid of him. He joined Reform, and now there he is. He's been voted in. I just don't understand why people would do that. But there you go. That's democracy for you.
Frontman for Reform. Up here in the northeast, what we're seeing is Reform, as you said, coming second. It's a very loud voice for Reform. It's in Labour facing and now winning seats here, they're taking Labour vote. What that Reform message up here on the northeast doorsteps is about illegal migration. It's sorting it out.
I'm not taking the Labour
to your
vote.
point about what they stand for and what will be given in Parliament
is
that they have taken away the one party that was actually delivering what they wanted, which was the Conservatives. So I think
they obviously weren't, were they?
To persuade Labour to do something other than stop the Rwanda flights and allow greater illegal migration. So it's going to be an interesting challenge.
Charles Walker?
I'd just like to point out, because you were looking at the exit poll, that Broxbourne, my former constituency, has just been held with a majority of 3,500. The exit poll had Labour taking Broxbourne when it came out at 10 o'clock. So I'm really interested in the work you're doing on the exit polls. It doesn't seem to be as accurate as it has been at previous general elections.
Well, let me just say, if I may please, Charles Walker, that the Conservative vote was down 27 points in Broxbourne and the Reform vote was up 20 points, and they hadn't stood there previously.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that the exit poll that you've been focusing on and saying the Tories are doing a bit better than the exit poll suggested had Broxbourne going Labour, and Broxbourne's been held by about 3,500 votes.
I think on the exit poll and just the way the seats fall, we are seeing some individual results that aren't reflected in that. So in the time that we've been talking, in the last half an hour, we've had both the Barnsley seats come in that were down to be a Reform in that poll. They were supposed to be part of the 13. One of them's been held by Labour by 8,000 votes, and one of them's been held by Labour by 5,000 votes. Now, that would indicate what Beth was saying earlier about the campaign to make sure that the votes get piled up by Labour in the right places where they're under pressure. So we might be seeing that while the vote share is right,
Keir
from the
Starmer
exit,
being applauded as he arrives at his seat.
the seats don't
Coburn.
necessarily.
Carry on, sorry. We just wanted to
No,
get
I
the
was just saying that while we've had, Ed's been showing us great graphics of how close to the mark the overall picture is, what everybody that's been involved in politics knows is that national pictures don't always relate to individual seats. And so that's 2 of the 13 that Reform are due to get tonight by the exit poll, that they've lost, one by 8,000 and one by 5,000. And that's a pretty big whack.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan, I mean, when you saw this exit poll, your heart must have sunk, no?
So I think it reflects what will definitely be a tough night for us as Conservatives. Not as bad as perhaps some have said, and I think we're seeing this 36%, 26% turnout rather than a gap that's more dramatic. It will be interesting to see exactly as you say at an individual seat level, and it's good to hear about Broxbourne that actually those shifts are very variable, and it is the hard work on the ground, it's the incumbency, and indeed it's the effort across the piece. So I think we will have to wait and see as the evening goes on how that rolls out. So you can see, but there's no getting away from it. This is a really tough night for the Conservatives, and we will need to regroup and really pull together on what those key policies are, which speak to our constituents, and we know what they are, and we need to make sure that we're focused on them going forwards.
How much is this down to Trussonomics, would you say, Anne-Marie Trevelyan? I remember chatting to you when I was in Downing Street, and there were rumours that Liz Truss would be losing her title within 44 days. And I said, I'm going on holiday for a fortnight. Will she still be in power when I get back? You said absolutely. She didn't even make lunchtime.
So I think, interestingly, on the doorsteps in my campaign, that wasn't what was raised. Issues around migration, cost of living, going forward for challenges, real anxiety about the risk of tax cuts. Small businesses in my patch very worried about what Labour might do in terms of squeezing them. But no, that the Truss is...
Kelly, that's so funny you saying he looks like Tony Hadley from Spandau Ballet. I think Keir would be really happy with that. And Joanne, what you were saying about Keir being an unusual name, it's not an unusual name. It's the name of a very iconic politician called Keir Hardie. And Keir Starmer, he was named after him. His parents were, politically... well, I don't think they were political activists, but they believed in he's been brought up as part of the Labour Party as a socialist, and Keir Hardie was very, very iconic politician, and that's who he's named after. So it is an unusual name. You don't hear of many people called Keir, but it's not unheard of.
On the campaign and the months running up to it, what do you think were the big mistakes? Because I know you felt very strongly about the divisions within the Conservative Party.
I mean, look, no campaign runs like clockwork. The biggest mistake was having the polling day on July the 4th, not sometime in November, December. It is clear that Nigel Farage has ignited reform by his return to frontline politics. And that has done us enormous damage, and there's no hiding place from that. It's a great shame that we went early, and we didn't benefit from what I suspect will be interesting.
Sorry, I just want to show you this for people that were interested. Joanne was asking. This is Keir Hardie. He was a Scottish trade unionist and politician. He was a founder of the Labour Party, and he was its first parliamentary leader from 1906 to 1908. So that's who Keir Starmer is named after. He was the Labour Party's first parliamentary leader. And he resigned in 1908 and spent his remaining years campaigning for causes such as women's suffrage. That's why everyone should vote, especially women. Self-rule for India and opposition to World War I. And he died in 1915 while he was attempting to organise a pacifist general strike. So he's a key figure in the history of the Labour Party, and he's been the subject of multiple biographies. So that's who Keir Starmer is named after. Okay, let's go back to Sky News. Hang on.
Meantime, let's bring in Mark Austin, who is at the count in Holborn and St Pancras, I should say, otherwise known as North London. There he is. We heard the applause as he came in. Mark, hi.
Yep, Keir Starmer is in the House or in the Camden Council offices where we are, and he looks very happy, understandably. It's an enormous night for him, and as the next few hours unfold, it will become very clear the responsibility that he now will have to take over. But for the moment, he's worried about his own seat here, not really worried about it. He's defending, I think, 27,000. He got 64% of the vote last time. So that's another reason for the smile you see there. And his wife, Victoria, there with him. Labour members, all very happy. And he'll be speaking very shortly. A point worth making here is that he's pulled off this extraordinary recovery for the party. As you've been saying in the studio, as Beth was saying earlier, in 2019, under Jeremy Corbyn, Labour won just 202 seats, their worst result since the 1935 election. So in 5 years, he has turned the party round, and how. But it's not going to be an easy job. Tamara Cohen is with me, and there will be those who say that this is more an anti-Tory vote than it is a pro-Keir Starmer, pro-Labour vote.
They will.
Don't
this is very much pushed back on by Labour and by the team around Keir Starmer, who we now are almost certain will be our Prime Minister.
Yeah, he looks like a Prime Minister. Oh, sorry. He's he reminds me of my dad. I think that's another reason why I like him. He's just sort of steady, old school. You just want someone old school now after the rabble that we've had. Oh, hang on, sorry.
3 years ago, we know he contemplated quitting. They lost a by-election. Hartlepool all looked so bleak, even 2 years.
Turn the volume.
But now, having transformed the party, and I think he will be making that point specifically here to say that he transformed the party. It's not accidental. It wasn't just the Conservatives did a bad job. I think his allies are very keen to stress his role in turning things around, and many people thought that would be the work of many years.
Is about to declare. Let's see what's going to happen with George
Galloway.
Okay. The election of a Member of Parliament for Rochdale on Thursday, 4th July 2024. I, Steve Rumbelow, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Paul Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' Party, 11,508.
Don't do fun. I don't do fun.
11,000. Let's see. They seem very happy.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK, 6,773. Andrew John Kelly, Liberal Democrats, 2,816. Martin David Savin, Green Party, 1,212. Paul Ward, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,000.
Yes! Paul Ward has won.
Yeah.
So George Galloway defeated and felt that he didn't need to as a result.
Yeah, George Galloway, for anyone who doesn't know, he'd won that, didn't he, controversially. Anyway, Labour's took it back. That's good.
He is very good at exploiting a single issue, starting a new party with a new name. We've seen him win in by-elections. We've also seen him not then continue to take the seat in the next following general election. I think what's really interesting about this seat is this was where a lot of the conversation about how would the Muslim vote affect Labour came from this by-election that was, earlier in the year. We then saw that play out in some of the local elections in May, and particularly around the mayoral elections. So we heard your reporter in Birmingham talk about that, and if you look at the boxes that came out of Birmingham Yardley, Jess Phillips's seat, she would have lost that on that vote as it was projected. So there was a huge concern within Labour about what that would do, and they moved very quickly to shore up these seats. The fact that this has gone back to Labour, the fact that it's Paul Waugh, who is a candidate who's from Rotherham, but had come to Westminster, part of when he stood to be the by-election candidate, didn't win this election, was that he was a kind of, he'd gone London, he'd gone a bit London, and he was coming back, and then the Labour candidate had said some things and wasn't allowed to, had their support withdrawn. He then became the candidate for the general. This is an urbane former journalist, not somebody that's taken a particularly strong view on Gaza. So the fact that he's won it and taken it back off of Galloway, I think, is quite significant and will ease a lot of fears within Labour for some of the other seats.
Swinney is in Perth.
Also,
just have a look at these. Just bear with me, Beth.
Okay, sorry.
John Swinney just arriving in Perth.
Yeah, so that's a slightly redrawn seat. He sits in the Scottish parliamentary equivalent of this Perth and Kinross seat that Pete Wishart is the was the sitting SNP MP for. He is the longest serving MP in Scotland. He's held his seat since, I think it's maybe 92. He's been there a while. He had a strong challenger in Luke Graham, and with the boundary redraws, it was looking quite good for the Conservatives. All the indications that I'm getting is that Pete Wishart has held on.
Okay,
just
Beth?
No, it's just on one of our pivotal seat moments. Wrexham has just been lost from the Conservatives. Labour have taken that. Now, that was the point where Conservatives were going to lose the overall majority when Wrexham goes. So that was just one of our pivotal seats. And we also have it that the Lib Dems are saying they think that they have taken Henley. That was on their 33rd on their target list. I think Boris Johnson stood in Henley once, did he?
He most certainly did.
Yeah.
Back with us, Rochdale.
Back here, and a big result in Greater Manchester, Rochdale, which was lost at a by-election. Paul Waugh, known to many people down here, a brilliant journalist, but a Rochdale lad. I've been with him in Rochdale. He's just well known there.
What do you make of the fact that George Galloway was not on the stage to hear the result?
Well, he's come in and he threatened to challenge me at the mayoral election. He claimed he'd save Rochdale Football Club. He claimed he'd open a new maternity unit. He claimed Rochdale was neglected. If you go to the centre of Rochdale, the place is being rebuilt. I've just put a new public transport system in there. He didn't understand the place. I mean, and everyone, you know what we're like in our part of the world. You know what we're like.
Yeah, I do.
You can spot a chance or a
Yeah.
mile off, right? And I just think people-
Underestimate me, that'll be fun, as my dad always used to say.
Well, it was extraordinary circumstance of the by-election, wasn't it? Because Labour's candidate was on the ballot paper and then had to stand down. So it's a really good result because he was only seeking to bring division to our communities. And we don't work like that in Greater Manchester. We're a place that kind of thrives on the fact that we are quite unified and we work together, different communities. So I'm glad to see the back of him from Greater Manchester. I think our communities will be relieved to see him gone. Well done, Paul, though. A great result.
We're hearing that there's a recount in Chelsea and Fulham. That's Greg Hand's.
Can I also just add another one in that's come in?
Really quickly.
The Conservatives have held Castle Point.
They have.
It might not seem that significant, but that's another one where Reform were supposed to win. It's another one that was supposed to be part of that Reform 13. So if that's 4 now that was in that list that they've not
But the
taken.
vote collapsed, the Tory
completely
vote
collapsed. I'm not saying this is a good night for the Conservatives. I think I used the word massacre at the start of the programme.
Ed Davies' declaration, here we go. Let's see whether he comes in on a skateboard. I don't know what he's going to do.
As I said, the honourable member for Alton Towers.
I'm just not getting there. Ready?
I, Councillor Liz Green, being the returning officer for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency election held on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official monster raving loony party, 230.
Thank you. Yay!
Debershi Das, the Green Party, 3009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870.
Oh, good old Ed.
Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dane, Labour Party, 6,561.
Okay.
Eunice, apologies, Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice
We will be listening to the acceptance speech from Ed Davey in just a moment or two. Also stand by for the declaration for the would-be Deputy Prime Minister, and that is Angela Rayner. Waiting for that in just a moment or two.
Come on, Angela.
He looks happy, he looks relaxed, he looks relieved. He is being returned as the leader of the Liberal Dems, and 61 seats is the projection from the exit poll.
Just while we're waiting for it to
result. The
come up
turnout's
there,
pretty high as well.
I want to do a big
First
shout
Labour
out.
gain in Scotland.
What's that? The first Labour gain? Where is that?
Kilmarnock.
Great.
Yeah, that's in that central belt that we expect to go almost wholesale SNP to Labour. I want to do a shout out though to local government in England. I always forget because in Scotland we don't do this. The number of jabos, hats, and robes that you guys have, we don't have any of that. In
Yeah,
Scotland.
here we
It's
go.
Brilliant.
Here we go.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. people who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns...
Let's listen to Angela Rayner.
Let's listen to Angela.
Can I give my sincere thanks to the returning officer and the team who worked so hard to give this result. And I give the same thanks to the police who have kept us safe and all the other public servants who make our democracy work. I would also like to thank the other candidates, because democracy only works when people put themselves forward for office. I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life. You've stood by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government. Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me, it's been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the power that comes from our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our Ange, the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside, and the trade unionists I stood alongside. From all of them, I learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for others. Because to represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty, one that I intend to fulfil. It is a vote for change. It is a vote to an end to division and to bring our country together, to replace self-service with public service, to take what is broken and begin to rebuild it, and to restore the belief to those who have had hope taken away. It is with a real sense of pride that together we have changed the Labour Party to offer that unity of purpose, that vision of renewal that our country so desperately needs. Today is our chance to turn the page and start a new chapter, to tackle the cost of living crisis and to make work pay, to give working people the New Deal we deserve, and to provide homes that we need, to rebuild the public services on which we rely, and to ensure that every community across our country shares in our national success. I am proud of Ashton-under-Lyne. I am proud of Britain, a great country, a great people, and I am proud to serve you all. Thank you.
for your flash photography, right-hand side of your screen there, Nigel Farage arriving at his count. Worth mentioning that Angela Rayner, of course, was a care worker, and she has talked about her experience. First woman, actually, to represent that seat in 180 years. You can see everybody keen to see Nigel Farage.
And we'll now be going off the Labour vote.
What's a good vote share for reform for tonight? What do you want vote share wise?
As many as possible.
What do you think Lee Anderson?
I've no idea. You're the credible.
Do you think Lee
Anderson was one because he had the courage to jump to reform. There are many Conservative MPs who like to lose their seats because they lack that courage. And the really big message is this. Geographically now in most of the country, a vote for Conservatives actually splits our vote and is a vote for Labour. The argument they've used against us can never be used again.
Oh, shut up, you two. Oh, God, I can't believe I've got listened to them talking. Oh, my God.
Once there, Mary Cray, I should just say, Coventry East, she has been re-elected, old friend of Angela Rayner. Steve Barclay used to be Health Secretary, deaf for now. He has been one of the rare victories for the Conservative Party, waiting for the declaration for Keir Starmer. That will, when we hear his speech, it will be his acceptance speech, but also potentially one or two things that we will hear from him about how he plans to run the next 5 years for this country. That coming up in Holborn and St Pancras. Before that, Gurpreet standing by for us in Clacton. Gurpreet.
Well, Nigel Farage has just made his way over here to the Clacton Leisure Centre. He spent the evening at the local Greek taverna as the exit polls dropped with his team. A few of them peeled over here early. I spoke to them. They were quietly confident, but they were staying calm. But they were quietly planning some of the raucous scenes later if Nigel Farage, as the exit polls suggest, does win here. It won't be an easy feat. It will require overturning a 25,000 Conservative majority. But I've spent the past few weeks with him on the campaign trail here in Clacton, and there is a lot of love for him in Clacton. At the rally on Wednesday, he implored voters to come out and vote for him, and it looks like they may have delivered him a victory. He will no doubt be buoyed by that exit poll, which suggests that he could win here. This is a man, of course, that's attempted 7 times to become an MP. 7 times he's failed despite his outsized influence on British politics. When I asked him yesterday what success would look like, he said that this wasn't just about eating into the Conservatives' vote share, about doing them damage. It was about winning seats, about building a bridgehead in Parliament. And if that exit poll is anything to go by, it looks like that may be achieved. Lee Anderson in Ashfield has already won as the first Reform MP. The polls suggest there could be 13. Crucially, not just winning from the Conservatives, but also gaining from Labour. However, I would caveat that some of the early results that have come in from Barnsley North, Barnsley South and Hartlepool, for example, suggest that it hasn't been smooth sailing for Reform UK, that they may as yet underperform those polls. But another interesting aspect of this is the seats in which they're coming in second. As many as 155 seats they could come in second, I think.
So I'm just seeing on the TV, like places like Hazel Grove, which is in the Greater Manchester area, Cheshire area. That's Lib Dems have taken that. There's been so much tactical voting, you know, because that is normally Conservative. Hazel Grove is normally Conservative, like, you know, the Labour wouldn't stand a chance there. But it's been taken by the Lib Dems. So I think there'll be quite a lot of those. Look, we've got Labour gain, Bishop Auckland, Labour hold, Lewisham East and Newcastle North. It's very interesting. So there's quite a lot of results have come through in Scotland where Labour have won. So the results are starting to come in now, aren't they? So it's good. apart from the reform. Labour's going to have to get a grip, because the Conservatives haven't got a grip of reform, have they? So, you know, Rishi Sunak, he was just a coward. He just let reform grow and grow, and this is the result of it. Now, obviously, they're not going to have power, but they're going to have, what's the word? They're going to have some power, of course. Just, you know, if they get 13 MPs, they've got a voice, haven't they, in Parliament? And, you know, I'm sorry, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't want reform. Don't want Nigel Farage even. I don't even want to see his face, listen to his voice. You know, it's like, I just don't want to. He's not going to do anything positive for Britain. He's not done anything positive so far, and he won't do anything positive now. So he's got to be dealt with. And if Rishi Sunak, he was too much of a coward to deal with him. Whoever takes over from the Conservative Party, if they're too much of a coward to deal with him, then Keir Starmer's going to have to deal with him somehow. I think Keir Starmer is strong enough to deal with someone like Nigel Farage. Awful, horrible man.
Possible the SNP will do even worse than the 10 seats that's predicted.
Yeah, we did hear, I think I mentioned around maybe 1 o'clock this morning, that from the people that had written the exit poll, all the psephologists behind it, that the numbers were a bit softer in Scotland on how it projected, because it was looking at Tory gains there. They had the SNP down a lot at 10, but it looks as if that might be on the optimistic level for them if this is played out. However, and I would caveat this a lot, Scotland is not a homogenous group, and you can't really just put a national swing across it. What happens in the Central Belt is very different to pockets of the Northeast, very different to the Highlands and Islands, and that South of Scotland band as well, right at the bottom, those 3 seats that sit across the bottom.
Ruth, on the face of it, though, this is a big story of the night that
huge.
maybe we're not focusing on enough. This is the collapse of the SNP, isn't it?
But if you think about when the exit poll came out, you suddenly had the third party of the United Kingdom. Now, they only stood in 59 seats, 57 now because of the boundary changes, but they got their question at Prime Minister's Questions every week. They had that platform, they had the short money.
Yeah,
they're going to go down to the 5th party in the country. All of that is gone. All that infrastructure is gone. The ability for them to come back is severely hampered. And we have seen big gains and swings in Scotland before, so we get kind of a bit immune to them. But some of the changes here, if they lose, as the exit polls say, 38 out of their 48 seats, that's enormous.
I mean,
it's almost as big as the 40 out of 41 that Labour lost in 2010.
Actually, you reminded me of something that Andy was talking about kind of Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader. It's true too that when you talk to people around Starmer, they said that when he became leader, and they had at that time 1 MP in Scotland, he said, I want to govern for all of the nations, and was very...
Here's Keir Starmer's declaration.
All right, well, let's listen.
Great. Oh, look, there's Cuddle Me Elmo on the stage. Did you see that? They're all there.
Can you just move a little bit long, so I'm going to step off for a minute.
The Lib Dems have gained Chelmsford from the Conservatives, and Bolsover.
Another Lib Dem gain.
Good news for Dennis there. He'll be pleased.
Dennis Skinner, of course.
I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansell, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884.
Confirmation for you that the new MP for Holborn and St Pancras is also likely to be the next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. We'll be listening to what he has to say in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Harlow has been a Labour gain. A key Labour target in Essex and a bellwether since 1983 was Robert Halfon's. The Education Select Committee was his old seat. He was standing down.
223. And they were
And you can see 3 pages of people standing, waiting for their moment in the sun by standing with the would-be Prime Minister in Holborn and
Do you know,
St
I
Pancras.
love the idea that we have, and I don't think it's same across all democracies in the world, that you've got incidents that happen, and the way our democracy works, you can have an elbow character standing on stage with the potentially future next Prime Minister and get 19 votes and has exactly the same rights as everybody else to do so. And some of the vignettes that we had throughout through the campaign itself, there was a lovely Ring doorbell that captured Theresa May, up in Perth and Kinross, just chapping on the door saying, "You're not in."
The next Prime Minister.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy, not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime, the pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need, the local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
So let me tell you about Sir Keir Rodney Starmer. He's been an MP since 2015. He's hoping to go one better, and it looks as though that is going to happen. He's been the leader since 2020. He was a leading member of the Corbyn Shadow Cabinet, knighted for services to law and criminal justice. He has 2 children, and his daughter has said if he wins, she just wants him to know she isn't moving into Downing Street.
She is,
I think she might be.
She is moving into Downing Street.
He was named after Keir Hardie, first leader of the Labour Party. Presently 216,000 followers on Instagram. I'm just going to say that's probably going to go up a little bit as a result.
I think
Although
so.
it is worth bearing in mind, polls suggested that half of people don't think that he will be a good Prime Minister.
I think, though, what you got there is a hint of what he's going to say on the steps of Downing Street. You heard it there. His whole campaign is about serving humbly, about putting politics back in the service of working people, about ending performative politics and having politics that is about public service. And that is what his whole rhetoric has been all through this campaign. And I think when you see him tomorrow on the steps of Downing Street, it will all be about this. Is it today? I don't know where I am anymore. But it will be all about, and also about uniting the country, because to come quickly back to what I was talking to Andy.
See that what Keir Starmer was saying there, that is exactly what he will say. She's right. He'll say, whether you voted for me or not, I'm going to serve you. You know, he's going to serve Britain. He's not going to serve just the people who voted for him. He's going to serve Britain. He's going to do something for Britain. I really, honestly do believe that. Or at least he's going to try and do that, which I never felt like any of the others. You know, what was Rishi Sunak? He's not even really British. He's like got 3 different nationalities. He's Indian, he's American, and British, whereas Keir Starmer, I feel he's working for. I never really understood why Rishi Sunak even wanted to be Prime Minister. You know, it obviously wasn't for the money in itself, but he has pushed a lot of things to his mates and to a lot of things to his wife's father's business. You know, he has self-promoted. But I think Keir Starmer, he really is there because he wants to serve Britain and British people, whether they voted for him or not, whether they like him or not, whatever they say about him, he will do something proper for Britain. And I was going to say something else and I've forgotten what it was. Oh, that's right. Mello had said about, I hope he likes the wallpaper. I'm going to look for have you seen what Boris Johnson and Carrie did to number 10? Now, I don't know if Rishi Sunak changed it or not. Probably not. I don't know. But it's awful. It explains a little bit about why Carrie ended up with Boris, because she's obviously got terrible taste. I'm going to look for a picture. I'll put the sound back up. Look for a picture of 10 Downing Street.
Declaration of results of poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Welland Hatfield on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024.
Grant Shapps.
I, Annie Brewster, being the returning officer
at
the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986.
Under pressure from Labour, we should say.
Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
Grant Shapps is in a lot of trouble.
Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
Bye-bye, Grant Shapps. Bye-bye,
Adios,
Defence Secretary.
amigo.
You are no longer in the House
Adios,
of Commons. Labour,
amigo.
having taken this second, first cabinet minister to fall to Labour.
He's the second.
Yeah,
Yes,
first
Oh
yeah,
my
cabinet
God.
Alex
minister to
Chuk
fall
says the
to Labour.
second cabinet minister to go.
Well,
Brilliant.
I mean, obviously, you work with people, and I've got on well with Grant in some ways, but he really started this unpicking of our plans for rail in the north, and he really alienated a lot of people in the way that he went about things, the way that he treated people, particularly my good friend Steve Rotherham. So in our part of the world, there's not going to be many tears shed, I don't think, at this result at all.
Beth, do you want to have a look at that?
Well, I mean, this is a massive blow. Grant Shapps wanted to run as leader. He's the Defence Secretary. He's gone. Look at the vote, down nearly 20 percentage points. And he's the second cabinet minister to fall. Now, in '97, 7 cabinet ministers lost their seats, and I just wonder if it's going to tick past that tonight. Alex Chalk, who's the former Justice Secretary, also lost in Cheltenham to the Lib
Let's see
Dems.
what happens with IDS. Ian Duncan Smith, another big beast in Chingford.
I've got to be quiet.
I, Lindsay Roberts-Egan, Acting Returning Officer for the Chingford and Woodford Green constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Chris Brodie, Green Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,520.
So IDS has held on. Looks like IDS has held on.
It has.
Yeah.
But I think this goes back to something John McDonnell was saying earlier. I think this is where Labour could have played things differently. Faiza, I don't know her well, but I know enough to know that she'd really worked hard in that community and was kind of well known there. And I just don't think this works to sort of try and take someone out like that. You know, if Labour is to be the government we all want it to be, it has to have breadth and depth, and it has to have voices from all sides coming towards it. And there's been a little too much, taking out people who they may consider awkward and putting in others. And that didn't happen in the Blair era. It didn't happen in the Brown era. There was a little bit more kind of live and let live.
But they were doing that.
We would have won that seat.
Right, I'm just going to show you this. For those of you who haven't seen the Boris Johnson wallpaper. So this is what they spent a fortune on when Boris Johnson went into number 10. This is how they decorated it. This, I'm presuming it's still, they paid their friend to put it up for a start, so that was more chumism, or that chumocracy of Boris Johnson just getting his mates to do everything and paying the money from the British taxpayer. And this is what they did with the Downish. I mean, just shows Carrier's got no taste whatsoever. The wallpaper cost £250 a roll or something like that. So whether that's still in there or whether Rishi Sunak did something with it, I don't know. It's not been in the news that he did anything with it. And then, apart from anything, £840 a roll, it says here. Apparently it kept falling down and they had to call in decorators to rehang it because his mate didn't do it very well. So anyone who's not seen that, that was what if you live in Britain, you're a taxpayer. It's what your tax money went on to pay his mate, because Carrie wanted all this, which really does explain so much. Does explain to me why she even bothered with Boris in the first place, because she has got no taste whatsoever. Do you know, I think in years to come, we're already outraged about the you know, things that the Tories have done over the last 14 years. But I tell you, in years to come, when it starts getting analysed, I think it's going to be mega when things come out. I mean, how have they got away with it? Why is there not been a
Labour big
revolution?
beast that's just won a seat in Scotland?
You can in just a second. Let me just tell people what they're expecting in about 5 minutes or so. We are waiting to see the result from Clacton, and if, as is expected, Nigel Farage will take that seat, he will be the second candidate for Reform that has won this evening. The first one being Lee Anderson, who was previously a Conservative MP. Before that, he represented Labour, of course. He is Reform, wasn't thought to be able to win. He did. Yes, you can.
Yeah, so Paisley and Renfrewshire South, which was Douglas Alexander's old constituency, it was then won by Mary Black from the Labour Party to the SNP, has now gone back to Labour under Joanna Baxter. Now, a lot of people might not know who she is. She's the current chair of the NEC for the whole of the Labour Party. She's also on the Scottish Executive Board.
He doesn't look very happy now, Jill, does he?
And has been very involved in Labour politics, both north and south of the border, for a long time. She will be, I would expect, at the first reshuffle or second, she'll come into government. She's one of these ones that are going to be fast-tracked for success, I would expect.
I would agree.
Joanna Baxter.
Joanna Baxter.
Dougie Alexander has won his seat. So does that mean that he's
my new MP then?
Yeah.
Because I live in Lothian East, or which was the old East Lothian seat. And yeah, it was the most marginal in Scotland. He will get lots of casework because it's in terms of the makeup of that seat, there's an awful lot of articulate people that will know exactly where to find his door. Let's put it that way.
They won't want him to be Foreign Secretary then, will they?
Well, they certainly will make sure that if he does that, he's going to come home and still take care of the washing and knitting as well.
Okay.
So he can, if he wants to play on the world stage, he's welcome to it. Yeah. But he's also got to see to the spuds at home.
I'm glad to see him.
Challenge. It's quite a challenge. Looking at pictures from Clacton on Sea, Nigel Farage just there in the background.
Oh, Hexham's gone.
Yes, we know. Safest Conservative seat.
100 years that's been a Tory seat in the North East. Anne-Marie Trevelyan in Northumberland North might be the only Tory left in the North East of England.
Exactly.
Hexham,
Hexham's the second safest seat.
Years.
Yeah, I feel for Guy Opperman. He's an absolute powerhouse of campaigning. That won't be for lack of effort that he's lost that.
Oh. Swing was about 15 points thereabouts.
Yeah.
Surprised?
In terms of what I've seen coming in from the northeast, not so much. It's one of those ones that it is the fringe of Newcastle, that Hexham seat, but it's been Tory for a long time. He's the right sort of Tory for it, if you know what I mean. He's very down to earth, works hard, hyperactive, family man, very in touch with the seat. He's not, he doesn't stay away in Westminster. He always wants to be back in his constituency patch. That'll be a tough one for him to take.
Yeah, Grant Shapps has been speaking. I just wanted to also tell you, Basildon, Islington North, Clacton, all going to declare momentarily. Let's hear if we can squeeze in Grant Shapps.
I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the baton. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly, to business secretary, energy secretary, and of course, currently defence secretary.
That's not a good thing, Grant.
On that last one, to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm. And my proudest achievement in government has been to secure that very large multi-billion pound additional funding to increase our armed forces spending. It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning, and I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, our armed forces may suffer. And so will our friends in Ukraine. If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its democracy. And that must never waver, even.
Right, so here we go. We've got 3 big beast seats coming your way. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Edge of your seats. You were flagging, weren't you? Honestly, sit up, take note. Clacton. Clacton coming up very shortly. Why is that important? Because that is the man in the middle there, as you can see, Nigel Farage. We've also got Basildon and Billericay. That was a safe and ultra-safe seat, so much so that the Tories thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put our Conservative chairman in there. Is an absolute shoo-in. It's had, I don't know what he's going to do. Let's wait and see. He's had a recount there. So Islington North as well. And Beth's got news on Islington North for us, just as she's put a sweetie in her mouth.
It is probable that it is going to go to Jeremy Corbyn. He's going to retain the seat. So Labour
as an independent.
And then John McDonnell was saying he should be let back into the party. And Andy, you were sort of intimating a bit of that, weren't you, about making it a bit of a broader church again?
I just think that's what a government needs. You know, it needs voices from all around, and that's what sustains a government in power, when you've got breadth and depth in terms of the voices. But having said that, Beth, to pick up something you were saying before, I can't knock those who've put together this strategy, this general election strategy for Labour. I'm making some points at the margins, if you like, but on the whole, I think it's right for me to recognise Morgan and all the others who've put together, and it has been quite a ruthless strategy in the way that you were describing, you know, not piling up votes where they're not needed.
Okay.
So, but I am just making that point. I think the Blair and Brown governments benefited from allowing those other voices to be part of the mix.
Okay, 8th time of asking, can he finally be an MP? Moments away from finding out. Ed, have you got a chart?
I've got a chart.
Great.
I've got the swingometer.
Whoa! I thought we weren't doing
Let's
this.
just rejoice at that news.
He's got a swingometer.
But I've got bad news, because it's not really
working. Swinging.
not worth having. It's working, but it's not working. Let me show you. Basically, so this is your swingometer. And what's the idea here? It's all about, so these are the seats that at the start of the night were already Labour. These were the seats that at the start of the night were Conservative. And the whole idea is basically, if across the country there is a uniform swing, so in all of the seats you're seeing the same movement from the Conservative to Labour or the other way, then this needle goes like that, and then gradually all of these seats are turned red, and then by the time the needle gets there, it's eaten up enough seats that you get into this majority territory. But here's the thing, okay? So if you look at the amount of swing that we're seeing across the country right now and activate the swingometer, look at what happens, okay? The swingometer, the needle goes up, 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 and we're in hung parliament territory. So actually, the swingometer is basically telling a kind of duff story here. It's saying that Labour's not going to be able to win in these seats over here, but we know it is already. We know it is already. And why is that happening? It's because you're not seeing a uniform swing across the country. If you were seeing a uniform swing across the country, basically with all seats seeing exactly the same change, then you'd expect that seats, for instance, where the Conservatives didn't have much of a majority before, through to seats where the Conservatives had a big share of the vote, you'd expect all of them to be behaving the same way. But let me show you what's actually happening. Look, this is quite interesting. In seats where the Conservatives don't have that much of the share of the vote, they're actually gaining a little bit. So it's going from Labour to the Conservative Party. But the bigger the share of the vote the Conservatives have, the more they're losing. The more they're losing. And that really matters, because in areas where previously they could rely on quite a big share, they're losing way above where you would normally expect. And that is part of the explanation for how the Labour Party is heading, potentially, according to the exit poll, but also according to what we're looking at in these numbers, for a big majority. It's going way beyond where the swing would suggest. And in fact, it's going towards historic territory. If we just look again at where we are right now. So this is showing you the change in the share of the vote for all the parties going back through history, and it's showing you the biggest falls, essentially. So when you're going from a vote share a big vote share to a small vote share. This is basically showing you that. And the bigger the bars are, the worse you're doing. So that, for instance, that's the Lib Dems in 2015. You can see the Labour Party suffering there. You can see the Conservative Party in 1997. And the key thing here is, look at this. This is the biggest fall in the share of the vote that we have seen from any party going back to 1835. It's worse than the Liberal collapse after the First World War. It's worse than any of these periods in the 1950s. It's worse than anything we saw in 1997 for the Conservative Party. It's a truly historic thing. And what's critical is this is actually based on the figures we have so far.
I'm so sorry, I've got to interrupt you.
This is happening right now. Kate.
Yeah, the Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn.
Oh,
here we go.
Islington North.
Held on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded.
Only one bottle, Misty. One bottle
is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
Oh, shut up, Jeremy. Shut up.
Yeah, looks like a shoo-in, but we'll just wait for the Labour vote. $24,000.
24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 3232. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. Praffel Nargan, Labour.
Unlucky, mate.
16,800.
About an hour or so ago, Jeremy Corbyn has gained the seat as an independent.
There's something weird going on there. I'm not sure what's going on there. Thank you, Misty. I am happy. Of course, I'm happy. It's all going well. But I wish Jeremy Corbyn would bugger off, but never mind. Maybe Keir will give him the whip back. Who knows? But I doubt it.
It needs to be dealt with around anti-Semitism. And Keir Starmer was right to take an uncompromising approach on that. And obviously, Jeremy and Keir, ended up in different positions on that. And you can say that this had to be handled in a different way to draw that clear line. But that reflects, I think, if I'm honest, the person that Jeremy Corbyn is in terms of how he's regarded by his community. You can't get a vote like that without putting in the work, being well liked in your area, somebody that people want to support. I mean, that speaks for
breaking news.
First independent win since 2001.
Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat in Leicester South. Just coming in.
Oh my goodness!
To an independent candidate, and I believe that was one of our Gaza seats. It was one of our Gaza seats.
Let's pause. Listen to Jeremy Corbyn. Come back to that.
Thank you very much for the declaration. And can I first of all thank you and the returning officer and all the staff that have arranged this election for the very hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington. Thank you very much for the great work you've done in those respects. I also want to place on record my enormous thanks to the people of Islington North for electing me for the 11th time.
Clacton's declaring.
Oh my God, it's all happening.
Ensilum Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,000.
Thank God, everyone.
Yeah, I think they were reading those, they were weighing them, I think.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the House of Commons.
Heritage Party, 33.
Listen to the Conservative vote.
UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
There we go. So I was saying, if you want a couple of agitators, you'd go for Corbyn and Farage, wouldn't you, Beth?
I therefore do hereby...
Yeah, I mean, so Corbyn is held on in Islington North as an independent. That was a hard-fought battle, but he had many people out campaigning. I live near there, and it was a very active campaign. But
so imagine he's won, this idiot here, and Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat for Labour, and he's in the shadow cabinet. That's not good. Let's see what this dickhead has got to say.
It's been a well-run, well-fought, and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that. And thank you for your services.
You embarrass me.
I promise.
You're an
I will do my
embarrassment.
absolute best as a member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years. And I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out around the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years, and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour. There's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Coming for Labour is what Nigel Farage has to say. He does not like this first past the post system. Rather like you, Andy Burnham. Be careful what you wish for. Hertsmere is going to declare in just a moment. Hertsmere, of course, Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you.
And what else we've got? Life in Horncastle. Sorry, go on.
I do agree with him on that. I believe in proportional representation. I believe in collaboration between parties, not so much division. There are, you know, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
In large parts of the country, Lib Dems doing well, Reform now, you know, that kind of second force on the right is established. The Tories, obviously Labour. You know, how can you reflect that in a first past the post system? You can't.
But I thought
So
that was
I
very
think the voices for reform will get louder from not just the left anymore, from the left and the right.
Oh, dear. Right.
Declaration, I think this is Hertsmere, is it, which would be Oliver
The
Dowden.
undersigned being the acting returning officer for the Hertsmere constituency at the election held on Thursday, 4th of July, 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Name of candidate: Bolster Raymond, Independent. Number of votes: 536. Dowden Oliver James, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,451.
Pretty good result. Let's see what else.
Green Party, 2,267. Maternelle Emma Lillian, Liberal Democrat, 3,710. Selkirk Darren Bruce, Reform UK, 6,584. Tapper Joshua Daniel, Labour Party, 13,459.
Looks as though
the number of ballot papers rejected.
he's safe. There you go. So there was some concern for Oliver
Oliver
Dowden's
Dowden
seat,
is safe.
but he has been returned quite easily. Promoted after Dominic Raab left the party. Long-standing ally of the Prime Minister, played the role as Miliband for Cameron every Wednesday before Prime Minister's questions. Kemi Badenoch has continued to move towards potentially being the next leader of the Conservative Party. She has remained, but she really took a thumping. Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah, I haven't seen her number yet.
No, okay, we'll come back to it.
Yeah, there was some online, some questions about whether enough postal votes were issued in that seat and whether there would be some form of later
2,500.
challenge, depending on how tight the race was. So that's something we might have to look out for further down the track. But that was one of the ones that's a bit indicative of some of those Essex seats that are around there. And it was one where, you're right, she had a big majority going into it, but not an impregnable one. And it was a bit of an indicator of whether it was going to be a bad night for the Conservatives or a pretty catastrophic
We're not
night.
going to have
She's
some
held on.
inquiry into postal votes after this
Yes.
election, because
I think there will be that
a friend of mine had to go all the way back from London today to vote in Warrington. Oh, sorry, in Tatton, because his vote.
But the big problem with Scotland, there's some trends emerging,
but all over the
very low turnout, by the way.
Yeah.
Average turnout at the moment 58.2.
Yeah. Just to tell people what they're looking at, that's the Home Secretary in Braintree looking at his count.
We're beginning to see the emergence of this thing that I think people in Labour were worried about, which was the impact of Gaza in seats where there are a high number of Muslims. So
can we talk about that?
Let's keep. We're seeing some of that already, and I think we need to keep our eyes out for Birmingham.
Rochdale doesn't reflect that.
Well, you say that. Galloway still took 11,000 votes.
Yeah, there's this impact of Gaza, isn't there? So in communities where there's large sort of Muslim populations, they're not happy with the fact that Labour have not demanded a ceasefire, you know, and I agree with them. I hate the thing that's going on in Gaza and Palestine. So there's been a rebellion against that. So the guy who's won here, Shokat Adam, he's ousted Jonathan Ashworth. Jonathan Ashworth is a high-profile member of the shadow Labour Party, you know, of the cabinet. So that's a shock. I wasn't expecting that at all.
Seat on our watch list of 16 seats that could be vulnerable to the discontent around Gaza and the way that many communities believe that Labour has handled the issue. And you can see the result there. John Ashworth, he will be absolutely
Devastated.
gutted,
He will.
losing to an independent. But look, there was 2 independent candidates, and between them they racked up over 19,000 votes. So Jonathan Ashworth has gone, and there's another number of seats, especially around Birmingham, which we're going to have to look at really closely now, right?
As you all know, this is somebody who's given huge service to the Labour Party. He lives and breathes it. And actually, I don't know what you would say, Kay, but one of Labour's better performers in the media comes on, he answers questions properly. He's a very, 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 very capable, talented politician. And it's a result that's going to be hard. I would imagine, wasn't in the room, but he would have been.
That's a big shock, Jonathan Ashworth. A very principled guy, very genuine, sincere, and he's lost his seat, and that I think is a big surprise. Oh, another one for reform, by the way.
Whoa, okay.
Another former chairman of the Conservative
Okay,
Party.
so
Exactly.
that's Great Yarmouth.
There's also that's come in the first bit of good news for the SNP. They've been taking a bit of a thumping.
Yeah.
They're down, I think they've down 9 seats from last time. Their leader in Westminster, Stephen Flynn, has held his Aberdeen seat. That was in the balance there for quite some time. So that'll be a big relief to the SNP, because to lose your Westminster leader it's quite a significant moment. We saw it when Angus Robertson went in 2017.
Big voices, isn't
he? He is one of their big voices, and tipped as a future leader of the SNP.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know what you and I are going to do now, Kate. We have Jonathan Ashworth gone and Grant Shapps gone.
Well, Michael
They're the
Fabricant's
people
gone.
that both parties feel.
Your programme has both of them.
That's true. Michael Fabricant has also lost his seat.
Yeah.
Michael Fabricant.
Yeah.
And
okay. I've got the this is the reform vote from Great Yarmouth. It's reform 14,385, Labour 12,959, and Conservative 10,000. I've just got this from someone who sent it through to me. So reform, I mean, Brandon Lewis is a former party chair, held numerous cabinet positions. Yeah. Great Yarmouth on the Norfolk coast there, go into reform. That is going to be a big blow to them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those ones that's a bit of a banker. I mean, you would not in any other election go into that thinking that was a
72% leave seat.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. So, perhaps
it's a classic left behind seat. Coastal.
Yeah.
Tourism's
it gets
gone.
worse. Can I just say,
aging population, the demographic
Tories
is older.
came third.
Yeah.
In Great Yarmouth.
Yeah.
Third. Brandon Lewis is
After
coming in to
Labour.
see us in just a moment.
He's going to be.
I hope he's not going to turn on his heel.
No, he would never do that.
No, but yeah, I mean, he was always known as a safe pair of hands, wasn't he? So let's see what he
stood
does.
down anyway. I mean,
no, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, but into third place in Great Yarmouth. Ashfield is another reform win, and of course, Clacton is another reform.
Jonathan Gullis has lost his seat.
Hey!
Yes, Stoke-on-Trent, Labour gain. Jonathan Gullis,
Jonathan Gullis
one of those very prominent red wall Tories, has gone.
Yeah. Michael Fabricant has also lost.
You look really
his seat.
pleased about that, Andy. You just
he and I had a bit of a.
Did you tell me more?
Oh God, I'm trying to remember what the issue was now, but he was a bit combative.
He is a combative. He's a spiky character. I think it's fair to say.
Although he did give me some support over technical education, but I think most people in Labour areas kind of found him a bit. He became a bit of a sort of a.
Kemi Badenoch as well has kept her seat, as I said, but as we were saying, thumping in the process, only a couple of thousand, I think, but she has managed to hold on. Hey, it doesn't matter. If it's only one, it doesn't matter, because you've still got your seat, haven't you? Ed?
So this is a really quick one, but I know, you were talking about what was happening in the Leicester constituencies, and, real surprise there,
Gaza,
actually. Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat, a safe Labour seat, or so people thought. Here are the numbers there. Look at that, 35-point fall for the Labour Party, 35.2 for Adam Shocker. And it's just worth just saying, when you look at these numbers, you have to bear in mind, the demographics of different parts of the country we're talking about here, and what's going on beneath the surface. And Leicester South, one of the highest proportions of Muslim voters, and Gaza was a big issue. It was a really big issue in this election for so many people. And we're really seeing that now. And one way of looking at this is not just looking at one constituency, but looking across different constituencies for the Labour vote. And here you can see, essentially, we're showing you different parts, different Labour constituencies ranked in terms of the Muslim population.
Yeah, the Gaza war will have had a big effect on things, because if there's a high Muslim population, they're not happy with Labour's stance on Gaza. I just wanted to say thank you, Heather, so much for the donation for the Ko-fi. I really appreciate that. Now, this is the out of all the, I've been interested in politics for God knows how long. I've got a degree in politics. That was a degree that I did at university. this is the weirdest thing that I've ever seen, you know, like there's so many facets to this, like the things about Gaza affecting Jonathan. That'd be why Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat. Nobody saw that coming, you know. And then you've got Jonathan Gullis, Michael Fabricant. And much as I don't like Michael Fabricant at all, but he has been, oh God, you've got Brandon Lewis on. I can't bear this guy. But anyway, look, he's always got a tan him. He's always on holiday. I don't like Michael Fabricant, but it has been an MP for a long time, you know, and he's been voted in over and over again. So there's people that have never lost before, you know, that are losing. These bloody cabinet ministers losing, like Grant Shapps, etc. It's really strange, this election. I've never known an election like it. Let's see what he's
15
say.
Voted, those who voted today, big chunk of them voted reform. And it was what they were picking up this morning was people we thought were Conservative who have voted for us, even last year in the local elections, were saying, I haven't voted yet, I'm voting later, but not saying who for. And that's a pretty good indication, because these are people who have been consistently Conservative voters. If they're then not answering your question, that does answer the question.
If you'd fought it again, if you'd fought again, would you have held the seat?
Who knows? But with those that kind of gap, that's, I mean, we all like to think we've got this huge personal vote. I think we all slightly overestimate it, and that's a big gap between where we've come third, thousands of votes behind. I'm not sure any personal vote can make up that difference.
70-odd% leave, wasn't it?
72.5% leave, yeah. And I've gone from what, that 17,600 majority to a comfortable.
Simon Hart's lost his seat.
Simon, the chief whip.
Chief whip.
The former chief whip. That's the third.
Oh, there you go. The chief whip now has lost his seat.
Don't you, about that seat?
Not just that seat, but we're seeing, you know.
I just want to say thank you so much, Mello. That Simon Marks has got that membership. Thank you. I've got to take a loo break in a minute. I'm almost frightened of going now because the results are coming in thick and fast. And I'm going to make a coffee as well. I did toy with the idea of opening another bottle of Cava, but I don't think that'd be a good idea. But I'm going to go and just have a toilet break and put the kettle on.
A whole series of things you can go back over a period of time that have built up, not just the cycle of 14 years, but a whole range of things that have happened and done, and the public have taken a view. And what's interesting tonight, I think what will be interesting as the night develops on further is in certain areas, clearly reform have done huge damage to the Conservatives. What I would say to my party is we need to see where we end up in a few hours' time with more results, because there will be a temptation to go chasing a hard right-wing vote. I think that sometimes misunderstands why some people are voting for, but also is missing the fact we're losing seats to Liberal Democrats. That's not over right-wing politics, and that dynamic hasn't yet played through until we see the fuller result.
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Sorry?
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Well, ultimately, the Prime Minister chose when to call an election.
And there are going
to be a lot of people who wonder why you call. I can't think of a leader anywhere in the Western world who has chosen to call an election when they didn't need to, and they're that far behind in the polls in modern history.
Chichester, Gillian Keegan, declaration in just a moment or two. She's in trouble from the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, well, no, as I say, I think we're going to, and that's going to be the challenge.
Wasn't just
I think.
the timing, though, was it?
Oh no. As I said, I did say.
Should we listen to the declaration and then come back? Here we go. Gillian Keegan. She said she was going to fight to the end. Let's see if she fought hard enough.
Good morning, everybody. I, Philippa Gogarty, High Sheriff of West Sussex, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Chichester constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Brown, Fuller, Jessica, Sean, Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,540.
25,000 for the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think you can see from Gillian Keegan's face.
Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson Andrew, Independent, 190. Keegan Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368.
13,000. It's all over for one of your colleagues. Gillian Keegan, 12,000 plus behind the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, and that backs up the point I was just making. There's been a period of the evening where you see it on social media and that, where people are talking about what reform is doing on the right of politics, but that doesn't recognise this challenge I think we're going to see from the Liberal Democrats as well. And our party's going to have to take some time to think through how it manages that.
It seems to me, Brandon, that
Suella Braverman's declaration.
Andrew Wannell, being the acting returning officer at the Fareham and Waterloo election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnivall, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533.
So Suella Braverman has held on to her seat. At this rate, she might be the next leader. Brandon Lewis.
Well, I think we're going to have to see who is still standing in a few hours' time. And this, as I say, this is one of the things the party's going to be looking at. Look, Suella's made no secret of the fact that she wants to run for leader. She ran obviously in 2022 as well. So I suspect that, there'll be a few people, and over the next couple of weeks, parties first of all got to select a new chairman of the 22 committee. That's process-wise, because they do that first stage of the process, and then they'll move into the parliamentarians deciding who's going to be the final two.
Let's listen to her. Shall we see what she says?
Launch her leadership bid.
Oh my God.
I want to start with a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging.
Answer in just a second. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes.
Acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Fraser.
So coming in thick and fast now, aren't they? But Gillian Keegan gone. But Suella Braverman, who would vote for Suella Braverman? I just don't understand it.
Freeston, Oliver Daniel William, Reform UK, 10,533. G. Mark Patrick, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 222. Lawson, John Craig, Liberal Democrats, 1,036. Nietzsche Townend, Leah, known as Leah Nietzsche, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,269. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 15,336.
It's a Labour victory.
Stevenson,
Conservatives in
Christopher,
third
Social
place.
Democratic Party,
Again.
108.
Thangam's just lost Bristol.
And Thanam Debonair's just lost Bristol to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, no, to the Greens.
The Greens.
Yeah,
Of
yeah, do you
course,
remember? Yes. So she's a
joint
Green
leader.
gain from Labour in Bristol Central. So that's the shadow culture secretary or would-be culture secretary. So that's two cabinet ministers now that would have gone into a Labour government
Yeah.
that have gone, John Ashworth and Thangam.
And for
Can I pick up a trend as well that's happening in Scotland
and
that we haven't
for
talked
cabinet
about?
secretaries who have lost
Yeah.
from the Conservative
Conservatives.
And I think one of the things we're seeing, and I think we will see more tonight, is we'll see, I think more than before, more and more outliers. We will see
I'm on coffee
these
now.
odd results that where because of what the reform's doing, we've seen independent votes. That's going to give some dynamics that are unexpected. I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight.
I think we're in a five-party.
This is a very
One of the things what exit polls will struggle with because they've not had it before.
Yeah, we're seeing a trickle of the sort of Scottish seats come in, and we're seeing, you know, Labour taking seats here and here. What we're not showing is just how big some of these results are, and they're bigger than expected. So we've seen that Falkirk has gone to the Labour Party. The Labour is coming from third there.
Right.
It was the safest seat. That's the SNP's safest seat in Scotland coming into this campaign.
Wow.
They had a 15,000 majority. They got over 52.5% of the vote last time, and that's fallen. In East Renfrewshire, again, Labour's coming from third. They've gone from under 7,000 votes to 22,000 votes. There, that's a 31.3% increase. It's enormous, 31 points that's gone up. So that exit poll that we saw where the SNP were down from 48 seats to 38, sorry, they're losing 38 down to 10. God, it's getting late, isn't it? They're losing 38. That could be optimistic, and there are some of the people that are running the exit polls that have now revised down that figure. So it might be an even worse night. Now, I know that I always bang on about Scotland, but they were not just, you know, the biggest party in Scotland. This was also the third biggest party in the United Kingdom. They had a national UK platform as well. And this is a big change of the night.
Basildon and Billericay. Let's just listen to that. We'll come
Oh,
back to you in
Basildon
just a
and
second.
Billericay.
After a recount.
20 votes in it, I heard.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
I've got
20.
This is a declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Basildon and Billericay constituency. I, Paula Deary, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bateman Christopher David, British Democrats, 373. Conley Stephen, Reform UK, 11,354.
Yeah, a lot of votes for
Reform. Stewart, the Green Party, 2,123. Harrison Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885.
Got it.
No.
Holden Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905.
Oh, it looks as though he's just squeaked in. Just squeaked in by 20 votes. I saw you whistle through your teeth there, Brandon Lewis.
In a seat like that, that's far too close for comfort.
Yeah.
But you're the chairman of the party, is.
Yeah.
You still have a chairman.
Yeah. I mean, look, every seat is going to make a difference in terms of the party's ability to really be able to move forward. But when in a seat like that, it needs a recount and it's that close, that's an indication of just how difficult a night this is for us. There's no getting away from that.
And also, can I just say,
20 odd votes there. We're hearing as well that it's going to be incredibly close to Godalming and Ash.
Yeah, I've just
have you got the
I've just got a
intel?
Lib Dem source has just told me that it's too close to call, and they think there are 100 votes.
Okay, here's Richard Tice's. Here's Richard. Here's Richard. Guys, bear with me. Richard Tice.
All illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People, Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506. Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520. Warman Matthew Robert, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,510.
Richard Tice is the third Reform candidate that will be returned to the House of Commons.
So that's 3 Reform
15,520 into second place is the Conservatives. Reform
Oh
are going
my
to have to
God.
be a party that
Reform.
whoever is the next leader of the Conservatives will need to take seriously.
This is
Yes, well, one of the things we've seen in those early results this evening
fault.
is even where they're not winning, in what was called the red wall, they're coming second and pushing us into third. And as I say, my own constituency, they've effectively pushed us into third and won the seat. So that this is why this is going to be a real challenge for the Conservative Party in terms of how it balances out and works through what the Reform Party has done in certain parts of the country, and then I think we're going to see a very different result where we're up against Lib Dem.
Brandon, I've asked some of your other colleagues who've been on tonight whether you've made a mistake in sort of almost like cowering in front of Reform rather than actually taking them on their NHS policy, their Putin policy. Do you think you have made a mistake?
Well, look, I think one of the shocks of the campaign is this: Reform have come from nowhere and effectively just a couple of weeks. I mean, really, since Farage made his announcement, because before
you've
that, they
always
were not in that.
But you've let them build
space.
because you've almost been like, I don't know.
Look at that Boston and Skegness result, down 23% your vote.
Yeah, and as I say, again, the other common denominator between Boston, Skegness, and Great Yarmouth is you can correlate that to the Leave vote.
There's a very striking regional pattern. We were saying, Ruth was talking about Scotland, and we can see something happening there. And in the north and all these coastal seats,
yes,
something's happening to you.
Yeah, which happened to Labour in 2010 from us in the coastal seats particularly. And I think we'll see something different in that donut, particularly that donut around London, where the Lib Dems, I think, will be successful at our expense as well.
So it's an interesting thing that the least deprived seat in the country, Hampshire North East, you guys should have kept it. It's gone.
Yeah, and as I say, and actually, if you look at in Great Yarmouth, one of the points I made during the campaign in 2016. I mean, I was on the Remain side of the debate, but people were in Great Yarmouth, and it was very strongly pushing around free movement and immigration. Yet Great Yarmouth's got one of the lowest levels of immigration in the country. That dynamic is interesting and is something that is quite challenging for people.
Brandon, have you partly also, it seems to me, when you keep saying wait for the night to play out, wait to see what happens in some of the Lib Dem Conservative battlegrounds, is that because you're worried that your party are going to look at this and decide that the solution is to tap to the right and try and become even more perhaps Reform light, as Joe?
Yeah, so the Tories, they've got a real problem with Reform. I mean, I think he looks like he's just come back off holiday or he's got a sunbed. He's always got a really nice tan, Brandon Lewis. But he's a lazy politician, isn't he? Whatever he does, whatever position he holds, he never does much. But this is seismic, isn't it? It's seismic. It's a massive night in the history. It's got good things that happen in my opinion. Obviously, not everyone will think it's good that Labour are winning with so convincingly. But apparently they've got to 200 seats now. How many do they need to get to before it's irretrievable? I'm gonna Google that in a minute. Because it'll get to a point where Labour have won and that's it. I'm sort of like compelled now to carry on watching because the results are coming through quickly. I want to see Rishi Sunak's result, obviously. What's this result that's coming in now? Who's this coming in? They look like Secret Service guys that have just come in. Maybe this is Rishi Sunak's seat, is it? I don't know. But yes, this is like history in the making for Britain. So what's going to happen to the Conservative Party? Who's going to be the leader? Will it be a battle between Suella Braverman and Kemi Badenoch? Who is going to be the Conservative Party leader now? Because Sunak, he'll be gone tomorrow. He's got movie stuff out tomorrow, I think, hasn't he, out of number 10. The removal van will be just parked outside right now. They're taking it to the airport and he's off to California. But I'm just, who is this? Where is this that we're looking at now? Who's coming in? I'll put it back on the Sky News sound because I'm going to look at how many, I'm going to try and find how many seats. So Labour have got 200 seats so far. How many do they need to cross the threshold?
who has, he does what he genuinely thinks is right for the country. And I don't think for 1 minute he will shirk responsibility as the leader for the decisions he's made.
But Brandon, the early election call designed to catch reform on the hop that badly backlashed, it's going to go down, isn't it, as one of the greatest miscalculations in electoral history. I mean, what a disaster.
To call an election and try and catch people up when your own party has about 200 seats unselected. I can't explain that. I do not understand
without the infrastructure, it's crazy.
It wasn't just that, though, was it? Let's bring in Anna.
It will go down as the worst campaign in history.
Jen Rixhound.
Yes, I can hear you all talking. Kay, thanks very much indeed. Rishi Sunak's going to a private room. We're told he will be extremely brief. Obviously, he's waiting to hear his own result. Some earlier polling suggested he could be in trouble here. What we're hearing on the ground that he is not. But here we are. We're looking at a history-making prime minister, proudly the first British Asian, the first Hindu prime minister that the UK has ever seen. And now looks like he's history-making for all the wrong reasons. We know the Conservatives were trying to edge towards 165 seats. That John Major delivered in that crashing defeat in 1997. How close will they get on the night? It's a very difficult night. We've seen the heads rolling. You've listed them throughout the evening. Gillian Keegan, the most recent, Grant Shapps, big supporters, obviously, of Rishi Sunak. It's a man facing a very difficult situation. You're speculating, will he fall on his sword tonight? We know he likes tradition, Rishi in the rain. Things can only get wetter. That's why he went outside Downing Street to call this election back in May. But a very tough night here for the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Holed up in a private room right now. We were expecting that anyway for security reasons. But let me bring in Darren McCaffrey here. And the great debate that we've been hearing from people like Charles Walker, Brandon Lewis there, the strategic error of calling this election 6 months earlier than he had to. Is this defeat his fault?
Well, this is going to be the big argument. There's going to be two big arguments, if you like, Anna. One, looking back at whether it was the right time to call this election. No one's ever called an election so far behind in the polls. If he'd waited another 6 months, could things have changed? Could the economic recovery have been stronger? And additionally, the campaign itself. And, I followed Rishi Sunak around for the last 6 weeks. I've been to almost every single visit he's been on. I've spoken to an awful lot of activists. And
Darren, stay there. We're just getting the declaration for Penny Mordaunt down in Portsmouth.
Oh, Penny Mordaunt.
Waiting for Penny Mordaunt to hear her declaration. It is a close one. This was seen plenty, I think 4 cabinet secretaries losing their positions.
So now we're going to look at Penny Mordaunt.
Penny Mordaunt, who wielded that sword so splendidly during the coronation. Exactly, there's a theme developing here. There she is on the stage. You're running out of people who could lead the party, Brandon Lewis.
Well, I mean, there'll be plenty of MPs who will be looking at their opportunities and whether they think they're the right person. And that's the discussion the party's going to have in the weeks ahead. I think we're going to need to have a leader in place relatively quickly to establish things. But we've got.
So Labour's got, well, they had 200 the last time they said, so they need 326. So yeah, Rishi Sunak made history, first Asian prime minister, but don't forget he's never been voted for. Even his own party didn't vote for him. They voted for Liz Truss, and now we'll see what happens when he's up for an election. Now he was never voted. The people didn't want him. He should have called an election right then and there, really.
That's what we're doing on various issues. And one of the things that's been consistent, and I remember making this point when I was chairman, our polling has never hit as hard as it is when we're fighting ourselves. And we're falling into that trap too often.
Simon Clarke has lost Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland by 214 votes. And he got the Reform candidate to stand down in that seat. He'll be absolutely devastated.
Yeah, he will. And he's a very, very good man who's, and I'm a big fan of Simon, not least because he was very pro getting house building going in a positive way, which is something we should be doing for young people. So it'll be a real loss to Parliament, I think.
And Rishi Sunak arriving at his count, as we said, as we bring you news that the Armed Forces Minister, Leo Doherty, has lost his seat. And Theresa Coffey has lost.
Theresa Coffey has lost her seat.
Greens,
Greens?
former
Yeah,
Deputy
there was a
Prime Minister.
There was a
That's
poll.
just
There was a
angry,
poll
isn't
earlier in the
Former
week that did
Deputy.
show that that
She's
seat
just
was
been
very
given a
tight.
peerage.
That it was going to let potentially Labour in. So
Are
for
you
the Greens,
surprised
that's
by
not a
that?
seat Green. I was with Greens on Sunday on
Portsmouth
TV.
North
They
is
were not
declaring.
expecting to win
Portsmouth
that
North
seat.
is declaring.
That much Greens could
That
end up
might
with
be-
more
Here we
seats
go,
than
guys.
Oh, it's all happening with
Simon
me.
James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
Lost her seat as well.
She's lost
To
her
Labour
seat.
Party,
Penny
waiting for the reform
dreadful.
result to come in, but they're falling thick and fast now, Brandon Lewis. Do you want to go and lie in a darkened room?
Who will lead this party?
I felt like that for a fair few hours now, but look, I mean, and again, very close. It'll be interesting to see what the reform vote result is there. But we've lost a very, very good parliamentary performer in Penny as well.
Brandon, do you think if he hadn't left DD early, that a military seat like that, she would have got that extra 800 votes?
Well, she blamed him, didn't she?
I mean, because that
well,
is a catastrophic thing to do in a military seat, isn't it?
Again, rather like calling the election when he did, like going out in the rain, I cannot explain why you go to D-Day early, leave it early, and then to come back for
Johnny
the best way in the
Mercer's
world, an interview.
Can I just say, sorry, coming quick and thick and fast, Johnny Mercer's lost his seat.
Johnny Mercer.
Again, a military seat, Plymouth, Portsmouth, big old naval seats, with a huge veteran community in there. And what do? You upset the entire military community. I mean,
And to be fair, Labour were very smart. Labour also, had a military person up against Johnny, so balance that. The military.
You can call
issue up, but
election timing wrong.
Yeah.
But the leaving D-Day thing
Yeah.
was just like any politician knows. I mean,
By Johnny
what
Mercer,
would
by
enter
Theresa,
someone's head
by
to do?
And
Penny
particularly at a time where the
Dreadful,
country is
Abby
effectively
Othaniel.
on a war footing, if you like, with the situation in
Blimey.
Ukraine, with what's going on in the Middle East. Our armed forces are every day
And
putting
even the
themselves at risk.
explanation annoyed me. Oh, well, I was with the British veterans, but the international... The whole point was you should be there.
Also,
you can
I mean,
advance
the
a series
entire
of
fortnight, the first fortnight of the Tory campaign was based on security and defence, and the idea that Keir Starmer was going to be a danger, etc., was part of that negative campaign. This will go up there. It'll be worse than the donkey jacket. That
Yeah,
Michael Keane wore
Charlie,
in the
send them
cenotaph.
to
It'll be
Rwanda.
worse than that
Rwanda's
because
finished.
this will go into
That
political
was a total
folklore
waste
as
of money,
the biggest
wasn't it?
gaffe of any election
Standing
campaign
in the
ever.
rain was the
I
high
want
point.
to make the most of Brandon while he's still with us to tell you that as former Northern Ireland Secretary, Sinn Féin set to win the most Northern Ireland seats at Westminster for the first time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen Sinn Féin's vote growing in Northern
Sinn
Ireland through
Féin
Stormont
is very
elections as well.
popular
And
now, but
I
they won't
think in
go
Northern Ireland,
to
the DUP
Parliament.
made a big error by stepping away from Stormont in the first place, taking so long to go back, because the people in Northern Ireland were smart enough to know that the situation at Stormont had no reflection.
The people in Northern Ireland, they're growing up, they don't want to go back to the Troubles and all that. They realise that the DUP, they're awful. The guy, the previous DUP leader, he's been held up for historic sex abuse, isn't he? And his wife. The DUP were awful. Now, obviously I don't agree with the IRA, but Sinn Féin are not the IRA. They are a political party and they're popular, but they will never go to Westminster, I don't think, because they can't swear allegiance to the King. So they'll win the seats, but they won't go to Parliament. They won't go to the Houses of Parliament, because if you go to the Houses of Parliament, you've got to swear allegiance to the Queen, as it used to be, and now it's the King. And they won't do that because they want to be separate from the UK. So I don't know what's going to happen there.
From that. What will be interesting tonight as well is to see how the Alliance Party do, because the Alliance Party have been growing in strength in Northern Ireland, which is again a reflection of people from both Catholic and Republican and Protestant unionist backgrounds not wanting to vote based on sectarianism, but voting for something else. And that's a strength.
Donaldson's seat already.
They take Lagan
and that,
Valley.
in a way,
The
democratically
main
is an
seat
interesting
will be
move for
the,
Northern Ireland.
the key
bellwether.
one.
Yeah.
But Brenda, you
They
guys
go
are coming in
36.
advancing a whole series of tactical reasons.
Let's
why
hear
you're
from Penny Mordaunt. You need to
losing.
make your questions short.
To
Penny
those
Mordaunt.
disappointed at the result tonight, let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular, my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hardworking, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them. And I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place. And in all things, I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter. And that is why we lost.
No,
our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making, fought like hell for what they believed in and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all.
Okay, so let's just pause for a moment to reflect on where we are.
I just say typically gracious and classy from Penny then.
Yes.
That's how
you listen, the thing is, it doesn't matter what any of these people that lose come on and say, but they have not stood up to their own government. They've stood by and let all that chaos happen, from David Cameron, really, starting with David Cameron and the Brexit rubbish, and then the new prime ministers. Was it Theresa May first, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak? All these people that are losing their seats, they sat back and watched all that happen. They haven't cared about their constituents then. They haven't cared about their, so, you know, there's no point in, you know, Penny going there all gracious and, oh, you know, democracy can never be wrong, or the public can never be wrong. Why didn't you stand up to your own party and tell them they were rubbish, Penny? Because you didn't stand up to your own party, you didn't stand up for your constituents. So, you know, they just deserve it in my eyes.
Not at all. It's been a very tough night for us, Kay, and a lot of my colleagues, I'm afraid, are going to lose their seats, and I'm very sorry about that. We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
It was your own fault.
Honourable
Your
friend
own
here
fault.
who's been
You're
monitoring
rubbish.
what's been happening up in Scotland very closely indeed, country very close to her heart. Thoughts?
Yeah, so John, you've been in the game even longer than I have. Quite often in Scotland, there's a kind of almost bonus for being in the top two. I think some of the results that I've been seeing coming in Stirling and Strathallan, in Aberdeen, in Ayrshire North and Arran, in East Renfrewshire, we're seeing Labour vaulting over both of our parties and coming from sort of in the low single thousands into 20,000 plus in some cases. It looks like the exit poll for Scotland may be underestimating the success of Labour in Scotland and overestimating perhaps both of our parties' tallies. Would you think that's fair?
Well, certainly from what I've seen so far, the results are very difficult, and I think the exit poll was tough enough news when it came out at 10 o'clock. I suspect we may not reach that exit poll level, but there's a lot of ground still to be covered tonight.
I don't know if you know or not, but he stuck up for his friend who went away on holiday, who's also an SNP member of Parliament, went away on holiday, ran up a massive bill, or he blamed it on his adolescence, running up, data charges while they were on holiday. He stuck up for him. Instead of saying, right, no, sorry, you've got to pay that yourself. Why should you pay? Because he claimed it on expenses. He stuck up for him. This is why these people are losing, is because they've got no morals. You don't stick up. The British people are sick of it. They're sick of politicians telling everybody how to live, and then in the meantime claiming things on their expenses, avoiding tax, doing whatever they want to do, giving contracts to their mates, they're just tone deaf. He's tone deaf. Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party have been tone deaf, and they deserve everything they're getting now because it's their own fault.
The wishes of the people of Scotland, which in 2021 elected a Scottish Parliament with a majority that wanted there to be a referendum on independence and a majority that was committed to independence. And I don't think it's healthy for a democracy to have no route for people to express their democratic wish on the future of their country. And that proposition lay at the heart of our election campaign to make sure that that mandate could be taken forward and turned into reality. And I think we've still got a situation today where about half the public in Scotland support Scottish independence, but we haven't managed to ensure that people attach the priority to that to vote for the Scottish National Party in sufficient numbers tonight. And that's one of the things we've got to take away from this election. We've got to think about, we've got to consider, and we've got to engage with the public on how best we take that forward.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for staying behind for us when they're clearing up all around you. We do appreciate it, John Swinney. Thank you. Just to clarify, Brandon Lewis, when we were saying that Therese Coffey had lost to the Greens, she's actually lost to Labour. But
that makes more sense. As I was saying, yes.
Exactly that.
I was going to say John Swinney was putting a brave face on it, but I don't think he was. He looked devastated, didn't he, in that interview just now?
He only became leader for the second time, a few weeks before, pretty reluctantly. And he said just a year before that it was time for him to take a step back when Nicola Sturgeon had gone and he was the deputy leader. He was going to take a step back and he wouldn't be back in the front line at all. When Humza Yousaf fell, he was the kind of natural steady the ship. And in terms of how his campaign had gone, actually, he probably did steady the ship. I think it could have been an even worse night. Where was Humza Yousaf still in charge? But they've taken a battering. The police investigation that's hanging over them has damaged their credibility. Their record in government is not good, and they had no money to fight a campaign.
Are they paying a price for doing too much on independence and not enough on delivering on public service?
Well, how it's always worked in the past is that the caravan, so the number of people that support independence has been bigger than the number of people that support the SNP as a party. And by making independence the biggest issue, which they've always tried to do, they've managed to to gather up. They have a bigger tent, and it's worked as a vehicle for them. And the pro-UK vote is split three ways between Labour, Lib Dems, and the Conservatives. What has happened, he was talking about there, was the proportion of people supporting independence and the union hasn't changed that much. I would say that an 11-point win in a binary referendum, we have since found out is actually quite a big result. Thanks very much. But what has happened is that the importance isn't there. So the reason that it drives people out to vote, it's gone down the list of priorities from being in the top three to now being below cost of living, below NHS, below public services, below local councils. And that's made a huge difference. That prism of independence being the only thing that decided your vote, that's gone. But for a while, for 2015, 2017, 2019, that was a really big part of what decided people's votes.
I just think there's an interesting dynamic that you can see in Northern Ireland as well. I think the reason Sinn Féin have been doing well is they do not base their campaigns on their constitutional argument in Northern Ireland. Their campaigns are on local issues, providing housing, the issues people want to care about.
Yeah.
It's been really interesting over the last couple of years to watch how Sinn Féin have dropped back. They still want, obviously, a united Ireland, but it's not the forefront of their campaign. It's almost conspicuous by its absence in their literature and their arguments on the ground.
And what's also interesting is how they're trying to make themselves a progressive party of the left. So they've talked much more about LGBT rights and in a huge counterpoint to the DUP.
So they've learned from the SNP failure.
Absolutely.
Brandon, can I just go back? We've got some data out with half the votes counted. The Conservative vote share seems to be down almost 20 points at just 22.3%, a record low, and lost 124 seats, 7 cabinet ministers already gone and counting. How does this reflect on Rishi Sunak? I mean, are you furious with him?
I would expect he'll be furious with himself as well. He should be. He is the leader. And ultimately, the decisions over the last couple of years, if you're the leader, if you're the Prime Minister, you have to own that. And look, I think he will. I think he's the type of person who will respect that. But yeah, absolutely. If you're the Prime Minister, you're the leader of the party, you set the tone, you set the policies, you make the decision on when to go. He has to own that reality.
Is he like the worst politician you've ever worked with?
Well, there's some competition for that.
All right, but what I mean is, as a leader...
Look, to be fair, we've all got culpability. Over the last 14 years, I spent 10 years of that in government, 5.5 in cabinet. I'm sure some of the decisions I made will be decisions people will have played into all of this. We've all got some responsibility for this, but ultimately, if you're the leader of the party who calls an election, as Theresa May did in 2017, you have to own that.
I don't think he's the worst politician. I'll come back to you in just a second. Here comes Ed.
Kind of like unscientific assessment for tonight, this morning, which is this, it's just weird. A lot of these numbers are just unusual. We were kind of discussing this backstage, and this is just kind of one of the oddest elections in terms of the results. I mean, if you just look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see part of the answer, part of the explanation for that. Look at that change in the share for Labour, up by 1%. There it is now, up by 1%. And yet they are on course for an enormous, whooping majority. Look at the Lib Dems basically not changing at all in terms of the share of the vote, and yet they are about to kind of triple, quadruple potentially the number of MPs, the SNP collapsing as well. And part of the explanation for this perhaps is the fact that, you know, this existing system as we know it is starting to fracture. But one thing I did want to talk about is Stoke-on-Trent North. If we can look at Stoke-on-Trent North, there we are. Okay, so Jonathan Gullis just defeated in Stoke-on-Trent. What's interesting about this? Look, Labour Party in there. Okay, so this was a really strong Brexit voting area, and yet the Tories are losing in it. Okay, and this brings me on to this trend that we're going to show you. What we're going to do is we're going to take all of these hexes. So this is all of the constituencies in the UK. There's Stoke-on-Trent North, and we're arranging them by the Brexit vote. Okay. So those who voted, constituencies where the Remain vote was the most, are over here. And no surprise, you can see the Green Party there. You see a lot of Labour, a lot of Lib Dems there. These are Remain areas. And then as you move here, this is areas which voted for Leave. And you can see we're seeing more blue here. But what's perhaps most striking is a lot of this was blue at the last election, and it's turning back red. So there you have a lot of the red wall.
Is it just me, or I just don't understand the word this guy's talking about? I'd rather have the swingometer, though he even made the swingometer difficult, didn't he? Have we seen Andrew? Have we seen the filed result yet? I'm going to have a look on Twitter in a minute. Have we seen Andrew? Oh, we've got Labour gaining Altrincham. Yeah, has anybody noticed filed result? Andrew Snowden. I'm going to have a look now on Twitter. But I really don't understand much of what this guy is talking about, to be honest.
Just to see that shift and that you get a sense of another unusual facet of this election, okay? So you might be kind of tempted to ask, well, does this still mean that the Conservative Party are struggling in terms of their share of the vote right now? Well, the answer is very much yes. This is showing you, from results so far, the Conservative share of the vote at this election compared with basically all of history, okay? So 22% so far, share of the vote for the Conservative Party. Have they ever seen anything like this in the 70s, in the 60s, the 50s, the 1920s, back into the 19th century, the 1850s? We've never seen an election where the Conservative share of the vote has been as low as it is currently. Okay, and we're still counting right now. But so far, this is the story. Complete collapse in support for the Conservative Party here. But it's not like you're seeing an enormous increase in Labour support in terms of the share of the vote. It's not like you're seeing an enormous increase in terms of Lib Dem share in the vote. Perhaps, you know, the best overarching explanation for this is that the existing two-party system, as we know it, well, it's fracturing here, and it's fracturing for all of the parties. And what's left is a slightly chaotic result, which allows Labour, we'll finish by looking at this map, allows Labour to completely change the complexion of the political geography in this country. It's not just Stoke-on-Trent North, but it's all of these areas, many of which were pro-Brexit in the past. So it is weird, like I say, Kay. It's weird, it's unusual, but I mean, some of these numbers, this is totally unprecedented, this collapse in Conservative support, and those, you know, those bars are something that, as you were hearing from Brandon Lewis, you know, the party's going to spend a long time thinking about.
Yeah, some stuff that's been coming in, some results coming in while you've been chatting. Ed Miliband has held his seat. Finchley has been, which of course was Margaret Thatcher's old seat, that has gone red.
Yes.
To West Streeting.
Really interesting. I think that is the highest number of Jewish population in Finchley, and so is that the flip side of the Gaza story? So losing in places like Leicester.
Trevor wants to talk about that.
Yeah,
Trevor wants to talk about that.
I think there's something very interesting which we're not used to here, where actually identity is becoming a big deal. Finchley is the most Jewish constituency in the country.
Finchley, Mrs. Thatcher's seat has gone Labour. She'll be turning in her grave.
It's now returned to Labour, and that probably is a comment on the way that Keir Starmer has dealt with the anti-Semitism question within Labour. But I think West Streeting's constituency is even more interesting. About a third of the voters there are Muslims, and it looks like he's just scraped home, which is astonishing.
What did you say? A couple of hundred votes there? 500. 500 votes.
500 votes. And it's worth saying that Ilford North is only the 21st most Muslim seat in the country. We haven't yet seen what's coming in from Birmingham.
Yeah, can I just say as well on the Finchley, which was the Finchley and Golders Green seat back in the day, the reason that it's a new Conservative candidate is because Mike Freer stood down. He'd been the MP there for a while. And one of the reasons that he stood down was the amount of abuse he'd had, the amount of attacks on his office, the amount of anti-Semitic things that were written about him, the pressure and the threats to his family. So this idea of personal and cultural identity spilling over into not just how you exercise your politics at the ballot box, but how you exercise your politics throughout your actions, and sometimes in direct action, is something that's becoming more and more prevalent. And I think
yeah, like I was saying, you know, what he said, this is such a strange election. I've never, you know, you just don't know what's going to happen. I want to go to bed really, but I don't want to go to bed because I want to see, well, I want to see what happens with Rishi Sunak. I want to see what happens with all of them. You know, I would never have expected Jonathan Ashworth to lose his seat. I wouldn't have expected West Streeting to have come so close. I think this has just turned into the Ruth Davidson show, isn't it? She's taken poor Beth Rigby. She can't get a word in edgeways. Ruth Davidson's taken over everything. I just can't bear this woman. It's like, you know. Hello, Ruth, give somebody else a chance to speak.
Of Plebgate and Deputy Foreign Secretary, he has also kept his seat in the Midlands. I need to go to Anna, who's standing by for us in the Prime Minister's constituency. There's not a lot, I'll say it again, it's late. Not a lot of love lost for the Prime Minister from his former, one of his former cabinet ministers, it has to be said, Brandon Lewis, who thinks he'll be gone by the morning.
Yeah, I was listening all about that. Here in Northallerton, Kay, there is that hushed tone of anticipation now, because we're waiting for the Prime Minister to face the public for the first time, having delivered what looks like a historic defeat, when only 5 years ago, Boris Johnson gave the Conservative Party their third biggest ever seat tally since World War II. The Conservatives have never fallen below 30% share of the national vote. Now it looks like they have. Plenty of questions for the Prime Minister. For example, will he, as you suggested earlier, or you put it earlier, throw in the towel tonight? And if he doesn't, how will he phrase his speech this evening, acknowledging the losses some of his closest colleagues have had? Will he travel to London and make a speech outside Downing Street? Will he stay on as Conservative leader as that tussle begins to try to work out who will lead this perhaps now unruly party? Plenty of questions. So let me bring in Darren. There we go. Sounds like we're getting the returning officer. Should we just have a listen?
The control tables have undertaken their checks, and we are now in a position to share the provisional results, which, as a part of the process, can only be done with candidates and their election agents. So this will be done in a private area towards the back of the room. So can I ask all the candidates follow me when I leave this stage? We'll go down the centre of this room into that private area. I repeat, only candidates and their appointed election agents, not counting agents or any other guests. Please can you follow me now so we can share the provisional results? Thank you.
The provisional results? What?
So we wait to see Rishi Sunak then for the first time. We know he's been...
That's all a bit weird. What's going on there? Thank you, Mello, for the super sticker. Thank you.
Throughout this. The other question I was going to pose is, does he stay in this seat?
Well, so my expectation is that the Prime Minister is obviously going to stay for the current result. He's just about to emerge from the other side of this room, where he's going to find out, here he is indeed. This is the Prime Minister with his wife. Walking to the back of the room, he will be told, Anna, in the next minute or so, that he remains the MP for Richmond and Northallerton here. He's going to win this seat, we think, relatively comfortably. But he will then take that stage. Fascinating that you've put this question of how is he going to frame his speech tonight. My expectation is he is going to leave here immediately. He's going to fly down to London, and that later on this morning he will be resigning as Prime Minister. But the likelihood is he will stay on as Conservative leader.
You've been with him throughout the 6 weeks. We heard him say earlier this week that he takes full responsibility for the result.
I would love to see Count Binface win. I mean, my son was saying he would have voted for Count Binface if he was there.
Will he blame himself?
I think he will take responsibility publicly, but he knows, as he said to us earlier on this week, that frankly he wasn't dealt 4 aces, a recognition that he was dealt effectively a bad hand by some of his successors. I think the big question for the Prime Minister tonight, and we've heard this throughout the campaign, are very, very angry Conservative activists and now former MPs who frankly think that he should not have called this campaign when he did.
Thank you so much.
Too early, and
Thank
second of
you.
all, he ran the campaign very badly. Yes, there were the missteps around D-Day, for example, on Sky Television, and yes, there was the Gamblegate, but in the end, they felt that the Prime Minister should be bolder, should have had a more radical plan for Britain, should have been more right-wing, if you like. And it's also fascinating listening to guests like Brandon Lewis, listening to Penny Mordaunt's speech and Robert Buckland tonight. There are many in the party who are now concerned about where the Conservatives go next. Do they stay or try and remain in the centre ground, or do they tack to the right?
The Conservatives are completely shook up. You know, who's going to end up being leader? God knows. Probably end up being Nigel Farage. But, yeah. So he's got to stay and do his speech, and then he's got to go and resign, and he's not going to have a very... But it's his own fault. It's all his own fault. You can't feel sorry for him because he brought it all on himself. Nobody ever voted for him anyway.
Jeremy Hunt's declaration. Here we go.
Oh, Jeremy Hunt.
While we wait for that, let me tell you that... let me just say, while we're waiting for the result, I can tell you that Michelle Donnellan, Science Minister, former Health Secretary, Culture Secretary, she has also lost. So that's a record.
They're breaking all the records tonight,
tell us what the record is.
Well, it was 7 in 97, so that's 8 and counting, and we're only just over halfway through. Cabinet ministers who have lost their seats. It also looks like a record low in seats. And at the moment, it could be a record low vote share as well. I mean, it is... I mean, this will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this. He took the gamble, and he has failed in an astonishing fashion.
He'll cling on to the victory that he's won his seat. He'll call that a victory. But look at his face. How can he even be surprised? I thought he was supposed to be an intelligent man. How can he even be surprised at what's happened? Because everybody knew except him, it feels like.
Returning officer, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate for the Godalming and Ash constituency is as follows. Drage, Graham Richard, Reform UK, 4,815.
Good morning,
Follows
everybody.
Paul David,
Get your attention.
Liberal Democrats,
I, Barry Clark,
22,402.
the election of the member Thursday, the 4th of July.
Hunt, Jeremy Richard Strensham, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt, the Conservative Party, 23,293.
Has he won?
Jeremy Hunt has held on to his seat.
No.
23 just, but he's held on to his seat.
I was hoping for a Portillo moment there.
22.
Anne Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface, Count Binface Party, 308.
Oh, I wish he
Graham
would.
Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations. And
Boo! Boo!
So the Prime Minister and the Chancellor.
He didn't get a big round of applause there.
Good morning. Can I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
Oh, there you go.
Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on.
Oh, you should
and I
have
take
known it all
responsibility for the
already.
loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry.
It just seems
I
weird.
will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
So it sounds like he's going to stay as an MP then.
He's
So he's been
going to
voted
go down,
in as an
see
MP.
the King,
Not
come
go
back
to
up
California.
to Richmond while he's been chatting to
Or
us.
will he
Elwood has
stay as an
lost
MP there,
his
or will
seat
he-
as well. But
I mean,
the
there was nothing else he
Chancellor-
could do there.
No, there
I mean,
wasn't.
it's 304 to 64. Look at the ticker at the bottom of your
Yeah.
screen.
One of the
It has
better
been-
speeches he's
It's
made,
a drubbing.
to be
Well, I think, I mean, he looks shaken, I have to
He-
say.
he does.
He looks as if he's been shaken to his core, actually, by the scale
How
of the
can
losses
he be
tonight, because they have been.
I don't know why,
huge.
because the writing was on the wall.
Well, I think you always want to believe it's never going to quite happen and that there might be something wrong with the polls, but every single poll has
Yeah.
been there. But,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, he took responsibility, and I'm glad he took responsibility because
Are
there
you
were a number
surprised
of
that he
decisions.
stepped down then? Which is basically what he said. I mean, he didn't say, I am resigning, but he, yeah.
How could he not have known that? This is what I just don't understand. That everybody knew, all the polls, everybody knew that Labour were going to win. It was just by how much? How much were they going to win? How could he be so tone deaf to what was going on that he would be surprised?
Go by someone in his camp was that he wouldn't just walk away. He's not just going to resign and leave the party, probably with posts to fill, etc. So he might just stay on as they organise
Well, I
a
think
leadership.
He was scotching rumours there,
contest.
wasn't he, that he was going to head abroad and go to the US.
The
I think he
expression was, "I look forward to serving you for months and years."
Yeah,
ahead.
but to be fair, guys,
Spending
more
time with you.
Yeah, they always say that.
Spending more time.
They always say
But
that.
look, you know,
Craig
more time
Williams
with
has
you.
lost. Betting Man has lost in
You know,
Monmouthshire.
I mean,
I think we
that's a
haven't
big
spoken about
moment.
Wales
He's
enough.
conceded the election. That is a big
Yeah, I think so.
moment.
I think so.
Well, I think we've talked about Northern Ireland, we've talked about Scotland, and Scotland were very close now to Labour becoming the biggest party. They nearly have a majority of seats there, similarly to nearly having a majority of seats across the country. We haven't talked about Wales. With Craig going, that's every seat that's been declared that was Tory held has gone. We don't know whether this is going to be a 97 style wipeout in Wales. And if you remember in 1997, and I remember it well, it's the first election that I was able to vote in. And as a Conservative in Scotland, it was a hugely chastening night because we lost every single MP in Scotland and every single MP
Can I just say
in Wales.
Monmouthshire hasn't yet declared, which
Oh,
is
right.
the former Welsh secretary. So we'll just have to wait.
Yeah,
and
so
see.
there was 14 seats
Yeah.
that we held. I think we've lost 9 of them already. So all the ones that have declared so far, we have lost. So
Yeah.
there is a chance
There's
that we
2
lose
left.
every seat left
Yeah.
in Wales, and that is big because it comes back to that point that Beth made earlier about because we have devolution, because we've got different settings.
Night, Heather. Thank you so much for the Kofi. Thank you. Night, night. We'll be going soon. I'd just see. I'd like to know what Andrew Snowden's result is, but anyway, I might have to look at that tomorrow.
After tonight, and we're
Great
going
Night, night.
is a
Don't let the
Tory-free
bedbug
zone. I hate to
fly.
tell you, but Sir Graham Brady's seat has gone to Labour. So, you know, there's large parts of the country now where you did have lots of MPs and they've all
Exactly,
gone.
and if when you lose that infrastructure, it makes it so much harder.
I want to
build
tap
back.
into your knowledge again because Anna Sauer from Glasgow is joining us now. Hi, where are you? There you are.
Hey there, good to speak to you.
Hi, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us on the programme. Good night for Labour.
Excellent night, and especially here in Scotland where we have almost doubled our share of the vote. And I want to say thank you to people right across Scotland for putting their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party, for voting for change And that hard work to deliver the change starts tomorrow with the UK Labour government. And we are, of course, going to ramp up our efforts as we look to the next Scottish Parliament election in 2026, so we can deliver the second stage of that change, so we can transform the lives of people here in Scotland.
Anas, it's often said it's better to be lucky than good. How many opportunities were you given to be fighting against two governments that had been in position for so long as they had?
Well, I think you know, Ruth, we've not had very much luck in the last 17 years, so it's good to get some eventually. If you think about the last general election, we actually came fourth here in Scotland.
So Labour needs 17 seats to win. So I don't know whether I'm just going to stay up now for another 10 minutes till 6 or wait until we've got these 16 seats. But I won't be long out of bed now, so don't worry. I'm not going to keep you up much longer. But thank you.
As bad as current incumbent governments might be, unless you're giving people a credible alternative to vote for, often those governments still continue to win. So that's why we had to change both the Scottish Labour Party and the UK Labour Party, so we could, with credibility and humility, look at people in the eyes and say, put your faith and trust in us, so we can change our country.
Anas, you've served as an MP in Westminster, and you know the difficulties that Labour's had in the past between its Holyrood grouping, where the Scottish leader sits, where you now sit, and its group of Westminster MPs that take the Westminster Labour whip, because sometimes you have that clash that devolution throws up in all parts of the United Kingdom. How are you as leader going to manage your new MP group when they're reporting into Keir and they're thanking him for their seats and not thanking you for them?
Well, a couple of things. One is people can see that there's a really close relationship between myself and Keir. We have both worked together to change the Labour Party, and that's the exact same approach we'll take going forward. We won't just have disagreements for the sake of disagreements. We will have, of course, at times robust conversations, but always in the right spirit and always with the right intention to deliver for the people of Scotland. And in terms of our MPs and our MSPs, I think what makes it really different, Ruth, is you're right to highlight those differences that happened more than 2 decades ago, particularly when the Scottish Parliament was first founded and there became that battle between Westminster and Holyrood. I think given everything that's happened in the last 17 years here in Scotland, there is now a stronger relationship, a new group of MPs going in that understand devolution, have been brought up, if you like, in the devolution era, as well as a new cohort of the MSPs that came in the last Scottish Parliament election. And this is one team that's collectively going to work together to deliver from a UK Labour government, but also deliver, I hope, a Scottish Labour government in 2026 that's delivering change for people here in Scotland.
So as you've been speaking, Anas, it's come in that you have now got a majority of seats in Scotland. You've got 29 seats.
Congratulations, Anas.
Congratulations. Are you calling yourself now the next First Minister? Are you going to be the next First Minister of
No,
Scotland?
still lots of work to do, still feet firmly on the ground, still lots of work to do, and the same humility, hard work and energy we've shown in the last 3 years doesn't stop now that we've won one stage of that change. If anything, we ramp it up, because I want to earn people's trust and earn their support so we can win that election in 2020.
Well, I've seen it, Anas. You've been brilliant as Scottish Labour leader. It's Andy here. And you've got the balance exactly right. I remember when the SNP used to say Labour, it was the branch office in Scotland, but you've struck the right balance, constructive with the party and with Keir, but also standing your ground where you felt it's right to do so for Scotland. So you've shown great skill.
So I've just been informed by a couple of the chatters. So Andrew Snowden has won by, I think, 561 votes or something. So Andrew Snowden, I say he's filed. He wasn't the MP before. I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, what do people have to see before they start voting something else for something different? Because the MP that was there before, he embezzled funds from the election campaign. There was a scandal about him and some Brazilian rent boy. But that's not enough to make the Conservatives lose the election. Andrew Snowden, so the actual other guy has stepped down, though apparently from what people say he was a good MP in the sense as he looked after his constituents. And Andrew Snowden stepped into that and won by 5. So Andrew Snowden is going to Parliament. You watch this space with Andrew Snowden. He's going to be a prime minister one day. Hopefully I won't be around to see it, but I think one day he's got a lot of years in front of him. He's got at least 30 years of political career in front of him.
Party on the South Bank. He's taking his tie off, relaxing, and Labour can finally relax for the next 5 years.
Ah, they've won. There you go, they've won.
Well, they can, yes. It's a stunning result for Keir Starmer. We were at his count when the result came through there. 18,000 votes from there. That was never in doubt. Now we are told it was a party at the Tate Modern, but in fact it's now being described as a watch event, and Keir Starmer is about to speak to a large number of the Labour Party faithful that has gathered here. What's he going to say? I think we got an idea of what he's going to say from what he said at Holborn and St Pancras during his count, where he said that, well, he started off by thanking Victoria, his wife, and the family for their support and keeping me grounded, he said. But then he went on to say that he promised the voters, whether they voted for him or not, that he would represent every voter in his constituency. And then I think the passage that really mattered, he said, the people have spoken, they're ready for change. It is time for us to deliver. And I think there is a tone here about Labour having to earn the trust of the people. Keir Starmer has pretty low popularity ratings, really, for an opposition leader coming into government. And we're expecting him, as I say, to speak any minute now. Back to Kay.
Okay, let's just pause. Let's just pause. One more seat to go.
Can I celebrate again?
Yeah, not yet. Wait for it. One more seat to go, and then Labour have won this election. And what a roller coaster it has been. It's been breaking records left, right, and centre. Beth is nodding at the side of me. We'll be telling you some of that in more detail, but we're just going to pause for a second.
There it is.
There they are.
On it goes.
There we go. Everything's gone red. Andy's doing a little Snoopy dance.
Better already.
He's very happy indeed. Labour has won the 2024 election. Not only have they won, they have absolutely smashed it out of the park. It is what they call a Labour landslide, maybe a super majority. Certainly, Keir Starmer, a very happy man. This morning, Rishi Sunak said he is on his way back to London. One can only imagine that he will be speaking to the King. He's already rung, he says, the leader of the Labour Party to concede and to congratulate him. He'll be heading back up to his constituency in, thank you very much, in North Yorkshire a little bit later on today, whereas this man will be heading to Downing Street to be the next leader of this country, I should say. The Prime Minister is that man there, Keir Starmer.
Wow. And when you see it on the screen, it comes home now. It's real. We've waited so long for this moment as a party. It's been a hard 14 years. The struggles people have had, austerity, and then Brexit and all that brought, and the pandemic and the cost of it. It's been a hard, hard time. And, you know, just to see this moment of change come through now, it's just a wonderful moment. As I said before, for young people in this country who've only ever had negativity from politics, this will be a massive moment in their lives. And the fact that we've got a big majority means Keir will get things through Parliament, change can happen. The country needed this moment.
Larry's got a red collar on. He did tweet. Larry the cat has his own Twitter feed. He did tweet to say, "Dear Keir Starmer, do you like cats?" I'm guessing he does. Beth Rigby.
Well, look,
he's bringing a dog in, I think.
Yes.
It's a historic achievement. Keir Starmer's heading as it looks to be the second biggest majority ever. And with it, he could become one of the most consequential prime ministers that come about every few decades, from Attlee in 45 to Thatcher 79 to Blair 97, depending.
I'm just going to stay on long enough to hear Keir's speech, and then I'm going to bed. And when we wake up, it'll all be a bright new dawn. I mean, of course, he's got to actually do something now, Can't be just a question of getting in. He's got to come through with his promises. Hope it makes a difference. You just feel that it just can't be any worse than it has been. But so yeah, I'll wait. I'm going to stay on live until he speaks.
Look at what's happened with the Lib Dems, Reform, even the Greens. Other parties taking around 40%.
I came on stream at 1 o'clock. It is now 6 o'clock, just before. So I can't believe I've been on 5 hours, because it has gone quickly, to be fair. It hasn't felt like a long time.
And that is going to be the other massive story of this election.
Okay, let Trevor come in as well. Trevor,
Simple
your thoughts?
fact of the matter is, whatever the reason, this is momentous. You have to be at least
Whatever,
45 years
Fiona,
old
whatever.
to have voted in an election when this happens.
You
And the
really
median age in this country is about
you
41.
cannot argue
So
with you.
pretty much half the country has never experienced this. And I think that's the
Whatever.
big fact. All the rest of it, we'll think about tomorrow.
Okay,
That's the big thing.
can we everything thick and
Unbelievable,
fast hit now, guys? While we're waiting to hear from Keir Starmer, we're going to risk it for a biscuit. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Oh, here we go. This is the Portillo moment.
Here we go.
Election of the Member of Parliament for the
Oh,
North East Somerset
Rees-Mogg.
constituency.
Oh, come on.
Hereby give
Come
notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. Barmy Brunch, the official monster raving loony party, 200.
I'd rather vote for them than vote for Rees-Mogg.
Edmund Stewart Cannon, Green Party,
Come on, please
3,222.
God, please God, please God.
Nicholas Hales, Independent, 231.
Night, Charlie.
Paul
I'm going to wait
McDonald,
to see
Reform
Rees-Mogg go
UK,
out.
7,424. Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739.
20,000.
Right, what's the... Oh, he might have ungone. He might have ungone. Has he ungone?
Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Bye, Mr. Rees-Mogg. You're happy, aren't you?
That's Moggs it.
Yes,
That is
yes,
gone. He's
that's
gone.
That was your Portillo moment, wasn't
That's the Portillo moment, definitely.
That's better than
Moggs
him
it.
going...
Yeah, not only is he gone, I mean, he's been absolutely...
He's been battered,
Yeah.
and he deserves to be, because
He deserves
he
it.
just
Horrible
has
man.
no clue of what he's inflicted on
I'm just going to
people.
wait for the Lib Dem vote, just to be on the safe side. But I think,
you'll probably
yeah,
be all right.
I think it's probably going to be okay. There you go. So Jacob Rees-Mogg. Dan Norris was the Western Mayor, wasn't he?
He's the mayor of
Well,
Western
he's
England.
got
Yeah,
experience,
and I was with him last
so,
week.
Okay.
It was clear he was on a real roll. But I just think
Yeah.
Jacob Rees-Mogg has epitomised
Starmer
a
arriving.
government that's been out of touch with people.
Okay.
And I think
Exactly.
loads of people will be so
Exactly.
glad to see the back of him. I certainly am.
Spent more
Yeah.
time with
That's
his
what
6
we do.
children. There's Ed Miliband, David Miliband, forgive me. And here is the new,
Here he
soon-to-be new
is.
Prime Minister.
Brilliant. Gets better this night.
Yay.
Thank you.
Come on, kid.
Thank you.
I thought it just feels so good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5
Feels
years
good.
of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country.
It needed changing. Britain needs change. Needed changing. It's just awful. Needs something.
But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second.
Yes.
That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together.
Yeah.
I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here.
Now, much as I love listening to Keir, but I've got to go to bed now. So what I want to say is thank you, everybody who's been here watching this with me. It's been brilliant, and it's crowning glory to see Rees-Mogg lose his seat. It's a shame that Reform won, you know, some seats, and we'll get the full results, of course, in the morning. But I think we're happy with the results so far. It's brilliant. And thank you so much. And thank you to Kelly and to Heather and to Mello for your contributions as well, for supporting my channel. And thank you to all the rest of you that have watched and chatted and contributed. Thank you so much. I'm going to bed. I'm not, God knows what time I'll be up, but I'm sure I'll see you at some point tomorrow to talk about something else. We'll leave politics behind probably now and just let Keir get on with it, and let's hope that we soon see a result for the changing government. Can't be any worse, can it? Just can't. No matter what people say, I just can't get my head around anyone who thinks that the Conservatives, after 14 years of doing absolutely nothing for anybody, would be any different now. But anyway, there you go. It's no accounting for stupid. So I'll see you really soon in the next video, as always. Remember to look after you, because you are the most important person, because if you don't look after you, you can't look after anybody else. And on this fantastic night, to be honest, as far as I'm concerned, and I know as far as most of you, or nearly all of you really, are concerned, we've got a new government. Britain's got a new government, and let's just hope we can see results, changes. We need change. Britain needs to change. So I'll see you really soon in the next video. And until then, may your God go with you. Night, night.